Gordon, moved by Peterson, second by Councillor Gilvazy. Resolved that agenda be approved.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Having adopted the agenda, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Not seeing any. Adoption of the council minutes of the previous meeting. Councillor Mayberry.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Peterson. Result that the council minutes of April 23rd, 2025 be adopted.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And public meetings. A resolution to go into a public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act. Acting Councillor Wilson.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Martin. Resolved that the council rise and go into public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act and that Warden chair the public meeting.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I will turn it over to Director Michaels for 5.1.1.
Thank you, Warden. Eric Gilbert from our office will be leading the presentation on this report and responding to questions.
Thank you. This is an application for official plan amendment in the town of Tillsonburg. The lands are 2.2 acres in size, represent a whole entire block in the central area of Tillsonburg, bounded by Bridge Street west to the south, Rolfe Street to the west, Venison Street west to the north, and Bidwell Street to the east. The proposal seeks to redesignate the lands from community facility and entrepreneurial district to a special entrepreneurial district to permit mixed-use development with a net residential density of 215 units per hectare, while allowing for a broader range of commercial uses on the site. The lands have a split designation, community facility, and which matches the current zoning of IN2-3. That was representative of a former proposal for retirement development, four-story retirement development on the subject lands, and then the rest of the site was designated entrepreneurial district, which also permitted high-density uses. Through this application, the applicant is looking to permit a number of buildings. Building A, which consists of a 9-story apartment building with up to 25 townhouses and 163 apartments in both of the buildings, with the central courtyard area providing amenity space for the occupants of the development, with some of the required parking provided through 2 layers of underground parking. The applicant did submit a number of technical studies in support of the application, including a traffic impact study, plan justification report, a functional servicing report, and a shadow study in support of the applications. The corresponding zone change application, which provided for a number of reduced development provisions as described in the report, was approved in principle by the town of Tillsonburg in March of this year. The town did recommend support of the official plan amendment as well. Generally, the application was previously presented to the public through a private open house hosted by the applicant, and through that public consultation, the proposal was redesigned to provide some reduced impacts, including the removal of surface area parking. So the parking provided for the development is located underground, with parking reduction that was also approved by the town, supported by a traffic study and a parking study that looked at the surrounding area, including opportunities for on-street parking and the availability of municipal parking lots in the central area, and recommended that the reduced parking as proposed be supported. Overall, planning staff are supportive of this application. The application does conform with the provincial policy or provincial planning statement policies respecting intensification, efficient use of infrastructure, provision of new opportunities for housing for current and future residents. As well, the application does support many of the official plan policies that direct development to the central area of the town to support the vitality of the central area and the downtown. The subject property is on the periphery of the central area, of the downtown area, the central commercial zone. Some of the uses that were requested, commercial uses that were requested for this development typically would not be located in entrepreneurial areas, but in this case, given that directly across the street is a number of commercial uses, and the site is located so close to the central area, and including it's only a block from the Tillsonburg Town Center and other amenities in the area. Staff are satisfied that the additional commercial uses are appropriate. The proposed density is 215 units per hectare. This is certainly on the high end of the high-density residential designation. However, staff note that there's a number of other uses in the area, including the current designation does permit high-density uses. As well, the proposed shadow impact study noted that there's be minimal impacts to abutting low-density properties to the north on the opposite side of Innocent Street West. And the official plan does anticipate that these areas will redevelop over time for higher density uses in the entrepreneurial district. For these reasons, staff recommend approval of the application and are available for questions.
Thank you. Questions from council for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Thank you. Is the applicant here and do they wish to speak to their application? When you're done, I'll just ask you to sign in on those sheets on your way out.
And I believe we've got a presentation. Wonderful. So good morning and thank you. We're here today to speak on behalf of the proponent and applicant, the BMI Group and Station View Developments. My name is Leslie Hutton-Rora. I'm from G. Douglas Valley in Simcoe. I'm joined today by my colleague Eldon Darbison, who's our Director of Planning. Next slide, please. Oh, do I do it? Alrighty. As noted by Eric, the subject lands encompass the entirety of a vacant town block bound by Rolfe Street, Venison Street West, Bidwell Street, and Bridge Street West. The immediate surroundings of the site include the Station Arts Centre, St. Mary's Catholic Church and Parish Centre, the Woodingford Lodge Retirement Home, and a number of single detached dwellings. The site sits at the immediate periphery of the core commercial area of the town of Tillsonburg. Anchored by Broadway Street, the core features a diverse range of restaurants, small-scale retail, large-format merchandise, grocery store, and the Tillsonburg District Memorial Hospital. The site is also centrally positioned to active transportation networks, including the Kinsman Participark, Trans-Canada Trail, and the Veterans Memorial Parkway. As noted by Eric, the subject lands fall within the central area as defined by the official plan. A formal planning application redesignated a portion of the lands from entrepreneurial district to community facility in 2012. However, that development didn't proceed. This application proposes to revert the designation back to entrepreneurial, which was its original intent, making the full block entrepreneurial. The official plan also identifies a site-specific policy that allows for high-density residential development. We just wanted to note that the official plan actually defines entrepreneurial district as an area proposed for a range of commercial and business development opportunities through the conversion of existing residential dwellings and new development or redevelopment. To date, we've noted that there's been minimal redevelopment in the entrepreneurial district within the town of Tillsonburg in support of the vision and strategy of the official plan. And again, as noted by Eric, this proposal has definitely evolved over time in response to community engagement with the community and stakeholders. In 2022, a design concept pictured here was prepared for the subject lands and included 4 mid-rise towers ranging in height from 6 to 12 stories, a total of 276 residential dwelling units, and grade level parking with supplemental underground parking. The proponent did hold informal consultations through a deputation to council, as well as an informal public open house, and received key feedback from the community through that process. As a result of this important public review, the proponent proactively aimed to revisit the development concept to address the community's concerns through a strategic and creative design solution. A team of professionals was assembled to create a new vision for the development that better considered the concerns raised by the community. The updated design concept pictured on the slide here seeks to implement a vibrant, mixed-use residential and commercial development that leverages thoughtful and meaningful design strategies to be sympathetic to the existing community. A key priority for the design team was to support connectivity and approachability, particularly at the street level. To achieve this, the design assumes a perimeter block form that incorporates a variety of commercial uses that complement the broader commercial core of the town of Tillsonburg. The perimeter block is anchored by a central courtyard space that's intended to provide dynamic and flexible outdoor amenity areas to residents and visitors. To achieve the proposed concept, vehicle parking was designed exclusively underground to enhance the pedestrian experience at the periphery of the site and minimize the impact of vehicular traffic throughout the site itself. The underground parking does come at a significant cost, and therefore, to justify this cost, the development must deliver on economies of scale with respect to residential unit yield and leasable commercial space. Stylistically, the design team sought inspiration from the community to introduce elements that reflect the agricultural foundation of the town. Gable-style roof lines were introduced to soften the skyline and provide familiar forms that reinforce community connection and a sense of place. The updated design concept also sought to address concerns raised by the community from the first design concept. The building height and mass were reduced from 12 stories to 9 stories, and the design introduced terracing, pitched roof assemblies, and transparent elements. The residential density was reduced from 276 total units to 188 total units. Parking ratios were increased for both the commercial and the residential components, and the design incorporated a number of different retail and commercial spaces. The project team had clear goals for the design of the development, as indicated here on the slide. At its core, the Station District development seeks to provide a cultural and market hub where people can live, work, gather, and socialize. I'm going to pass things off to Eldon, who will speak to the planning rationale as well.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. So the Oxford County official plan clearly describes the vision for the central area, which includes a variety of land uses that encourage pedestrian activities, active transportation, a sustainable downtown fabric, and a place for people to live and work. I encourage those here to review the slides. There's a lot of information on them. The official plan outlines the strategy for the central area to implement the vision. That encourages the development of a compact core area and promotes employment opportunities, economic activity, and residential uses through commercial and residential intensification. The vision for the periphery of the central area, where it transitions to residential, has not been fully realized through development. This hasn't occurred since the inception of the official plan. So in our view, the proposed development will serve as a catalyst in launching the long-awaited realization of the vision described in the official plan, whereby the periphery of the central area and the low-density residential area will transform in stages inspired by new development. So as mentioned in the staff report and the presentation, it is a redesignation of the entire block to entrepreneurial with a mixed-use, high-density residential, for mixed-use, high-density residential up to 9 stories. And to reiterate, this amendment redesignates the lands to entrepreneurial, which is consistent with the original designation. And specific permission for high-density residential development exists on the lands. The proposed site-specific zoning bylaw amendment included in the planning report are structured to support and implement the proposed design. The proposed amendments are structured to permit the efficient and inclusive function of the development, facilitate a live-work environment, improve compatibility, create a social environment within the outside of the development block, and improve the economic function of the area. The development of underground parking, stormwater management, and amenity spaces require the density to justify the costs based on economies of scale, as Leslie had mentioned. A comprehensive review of provincial and local policy has been provided in the planning report, included with the submission and one also concluded by staff. This analysis demonstrates that the proposed development complies with the objectives established as provincial interests in the Planning Act, as well as the direction provided in the provincial planning statement. The tone of the updated provincial planning statement specifically encourages residential intensification and encourages development within strategic growth areas and using existing infrastructure and public service facilities. The official plan outlines the vision and strategy for fostering responsible community development in accordance with this provincial policy. The central area has been established as a strategic growth area. However, meaningful growth in accordance with the objectives of the plan, specifically within the entrepreneurial subdistrict, has been relatively slow since the official plan was adopted. But this is a rare opportunity to redevelop the entirety of a town block in conformance with the established objectives. So it's within the urban settlement area and intended for growth and intensification. It utilizes existing infrastructure and is located in an area that contains public and social services, provides a compact mixed-use development with live-work opportunities, direct access to multimodal transportation. It is located in the central area, nearby the downtown and central business district, thereby creating synergies for economic development. It will consider energy and conservation efficiencies during the detailed site plan stage. It is located away from incompatible land uses, addresses the need for multiple forms of housing for a variety of people, family arrangements, and incomes, provides social and commercial opportunities, green spaces, hardscapes, and all to foster a sense of place and community. And this is consistent with high-density residential development targets in other local municipalities. We did have feedback that we've considered. So generally speaking, from agencies, all feedback has been generally supportive. We did receive technical comments that will be addressed through the site plan application, but there's 4 key issues here. Number 1, height and density. This was addressed through thoughtful and sympathetic design as noted by the architects, including a shadow study, which was prepared by the architects to assess the impact of shadowing from the proposed buildings on adjacent development, which concluded that there are minimal and reasonable shadow impacts on adjacent properties. It also incorporates a pedestrian-friendly design. So for example, in the image, you'll see there's landscaping and soft facades that provide some separation from the actual building itself to the sidewalk, to the property line. Parking requirements. So as mentioned before, there was studies done, concludes that the parking supply of 293 spaces is considered adequate based on alternative parking demand assessments, potential for reduced parking demand through time demand management measures, and opportunity for shared parking and the availability of proximate off-site parking. I do need to note, though, as what came up in the last public meeting, was that there was some concerns about the parking lot on site. That parking lot was originally owned by the church across the street and was used for overflow parking. That parking lot was sold to the proponent because there is ample parking on site for and exclusively dedicated to that church. Traffic impact study was prepared by Paradigm as well to analyze the conditions over a 10-year horizon. The report concluded that the existing road network and intersections will continue to operate at acceptable levels post this development. And infrastructure, it was supported by a functional servicing report. Sanitary and stormwater management was not a concern. There's anticipated and capacity for those. Water, there was no identified concern either. However, that modeling will be done as part of the site plan process. So in closing, we completely redesigned this based on the original public consultation and feedback. It's supported by provincial and local official plan policies. It's consistent with the provincial planning statement and the vision and strategy for our Oxford County's official plan. It's supported by the local infrastructure and local road network and supported by studies. The design is sensitive to existing residential land uses, using tested urban design strategies and practices, and avoids long-term shadow casting during prime season times. It offers a mix of uses. It's multi-purpose amenity spaces and it's resident and pedestrian focused. It creates desired public amenity space through a living street experience. It provides community benefits and aligns with the intent to enhance Bridge Street. It creates appropriate internal and private amenity space, and it's a catalyst to the official plan policy implementation to redevelop the periphery of the central area and inspire spin-off business to the central business district area. It's supported by local transit and facilitates active transportation. It's compatible with surrounding land uses. It represents an appropriate scale of development at the periphery of the central area adjacent to low-density residential designation, which is intended for increased densities and redevelopment over time. And that concludes our presentation.
Any questions from council for the applicant? Councillor Schaefer.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to the presenter. Quick question regarding the townhouses. Are they a mix of freehold and leasehold, or are they all one or the other?
So through the chair, it's yet to be determined in terms of the specifics of the ownership of the building. It will be designed likely as a condominium site, just because of the shared parking structure beneath. So all of the buildings are actually built up on top of the parking pedestal, but some of those details are yet to be specifically determined.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Warden Ryan. You spoke in your presentation about building mass and height and that you've adjusted it from 10 stories to 8 stories. One of the letters of opposition that we received says allowing for a 10-story development to go through will quite literally overshadow many parts of the residential neighborhood. I'm sure that that's part of what influenced you to go down to 8 stories. But can you talk a little bit briefly about the shadowing and what the difference between 10 stories and 8 stories and what impact that will alleviate for the neighborhood?
Certainly, certainly. So there was a few design strategies that were employed in the redesign of the development, not only bringing the overall height down, but also looking at sort of the positioning of the buildings on the site. A shadow study is a technical study that's done that looks at, it actually maps out the path of the sun and how the sun impacts with the location and the siting of the buildings on the site. And that indicated that the impact of where the buildings were sited, inclusive of all of the building setbacks and all of the design elements that were incorporated, had a fairly minimal impact surrounding. So I think, you know, from our perspective, I think we hear the sentiments of the community in terms of the concerns, but a lot of thought and care has been put into the design by the architectural team to make sure that those impacts are mitigated.
Councillor Gilvesi.
Through you, Warden. With regards to Bridge Street, because your photos show a different streetscape than one that exists in Tillsonburg, and it hasn't actually come to council yet, nor been approved by council. Are the current parking spaces across from Station View going to remain as is?
Certainly. So the client was very careful. They understand and they wanted to work collaboratively with the town of Tillsonburg, understanding that there is a proposal on the table to rehabilitate and essentially redevelop Bridge Street. The concept there is that they were going to develop it into sort of a living street. They call it I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, but Wunurf. Did I get it? There we go. So it's a very pedestrian-centric kind of development concept where the connectivity between the pedestrian experience and the building is very heavily influenced. We were very careful to make sure that the design isn't necessarily tied to that redevelopment. The development can proceed irrespective of the redevelopment of that Wooner concept. The parking spaces that are there right now would remain. Everything that we're proposing here is inside of the property boundaries of this particular lot, and it's been designed to complement that future design of the living street should it go ahead in the future.
Any other questions from council for the applicant? Not seeing any, thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this application? You want to come up, and when you're done, I'll ask you to sign the sign-in sheet on the desk there.
Good morning. Thank you, Warden Ryan, members of council, planning staff, people in the gallery, people at home. I'm representing the Downtown Tillsonburg BIA. As this body knows, our committees and councils speak by resolution. I'd like to read a decision letter that was passed by our Board of Management back in July of 2024 for this very exciting development. The motion was duly moved and seconded that the Board of Management of the Downtown Tillsonburg BIA supports the zone change and official plan amendment for the Station View Developments Incorporated proposal as presented, which was this morning. The Downtown Tillsonburg BIA believes that this proposal represents a significant investment to further strengthen and improve the desirability and livability of the central core area of Tillsonburg, and specifically follows the recommendations of the 2012 Central Area Design Study by Brooke McElroy. So that study was done 13 years ago. Meets the requirements of the provincial policy statement on land use. Infrastructure is already in place, including the roads, water, wastewater, transit, trail system, etc. It provides for a mix of housing in the central core area that does not currently exist. It provides for 4 new commercial units in leasable space, whereas the existing downtown area is built out and has limited vacancies. And just to update that very briefly, as of the first quarter of 2025, for the first time in many years, the Tillsonburg Town Centre has 0% vacancy on the retail level. So that's very significant. The planning justification report from Valley clearly outlines the project benefits to the BIA zone. It implements tested urban design strategies and practices. The Downtown Tillsonburg BIA recognizes the significant improvements that have been made to the original proposal, and more specifically, the parking has been shifted to an all-underground configuration and design. The creation of significant green space in the courtyard, where there was none in the original design proposal. The position of the buildings being reoriented to improve the visibility and to reduce shadowing. I think that was a question by Councillor Martin. And an overall reduction in the height of the high-rise buildings. And that resolution was passed unanimously by the Board of Management back in July of 2024. And just a closing comment through you, Warden, these are the types of developments that we as urban professionals that look after our central cores, this is probably the most desirable thing that we could ever hope to have accomplished. And I was most recently at a conference for the International Downtown Association in Chicago, where I was a presenter for Tillsonburg on the world stage, and they couldn't believe the success of our downtown. And this is yet another, I guess, vote of confidence in the central core area of Tillsonburg. And it doesn't just serve Tillsonburg, it serves the Tri-County area. So RBI is very much in favor of this proposal, Warden.
Any questions from council? Not seeing any. Thank you. And there was somebody who was attending virtually, Hannah Domagala from BMI Group. Was that with you? So she doesn't need to, we're good? Okay. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this application? Yes. Can you come forward one at a time, and you can speak here, and when you're done speaking, pardon me? Okay. And then when you're done, I'll ask you to sign the sign-in sheet on the desk on your way out.
We live in this neighborhood, and we're not happy about it. They're saying that they want people to live closer to downtown so they can walk because they don't drive. And I think that's a bunch of bull, because there's people in Hickory Hills that walk the path. And there's other stuff here that we're going to bring up.
Okay, good morning, everyone. There are still unresolved issues with the development going up, referred to as file OP 240607, Station Arts Development Incorporated. There was a petition that was circulated where concerned citizens in the immediate area of Station Arts had signed opposing the development. It is our understanding that there was only one letter of opposition submitted. Was the petition submitted and blatantly ignored? We feel that our pleas of opposition are being overlooked as the county, town, or whomever is making the decisions without the proper input of the people. We have questions we would like to have answered, and the first one is, what happened to the petition? How many letters of opposition does it take to be heard? There are folks in the neighborhood who are selling their homes as they do not want the constant construction noise and destruction to their homes, particularly those on Venison Street and Hale Street. The pounding, grinding, and upheaval may open up another rat infestation, as is what happened when the houses on that block were removed for this so-called progress. The rodent problems were taken care of by the homeowner's expense. Who is going to pay for rodent control? Like any new developments in an area that is already established, the constant moving of the ground and the pressures put on by heavy equipment will undoubtedly crack walls, windows, foundations, and other disagreeable damage. Who will provide the costs to repair the damages to existing homes that will be affected? We all understand that it is a desirable area as everything is within a few blocks of downtown. There are no guarantees that folks moving into the new development are going to add to the survival of our downtown. The proposal is a park area, open only through daytime. There is a park already 1 block away behind the library that is barely used and could be utilized by folks in our town. There will also be public washrooms. Again, there are washrooms at the mall 1 block away. There are enough cafes in this town that are within 1 to 3 blocks of this development, and there is no need for any more. We do not need another liquor store. Again, there is one 1 block away. And spirits are available at most convenience stores, which are also 1 to 3 blocks of this development, and there is no need for any more. Why are there no plans for viable businesses that are much needed in our town? The issues with traffic and parking are an ongoing concern as well. The idea is to make Bridge Street from Broadway to Bidwell a one-way with a green space. The small patches of grass that are there now are not maintained as well as they should be. Our taxes are supposed to cover things of that nature. The proposal underground parking at this development has not been thought out. Rolfe Street is a main artery to our hospital, and Bidwell Street is too busy to have the entrance exit along that side of the block, and there is not enough room on Venison Street. As for Bridge Street, that runs by the Station Arts Building. It is allocated to be an all-year market. So that side of the block is not feasible either, and is supposedly going to be a walkway. Our community is all for a market. We all believe it is needed and most certainly wanted, and it's a drawing card to our town. However, the rest of the project is what is being protested. Church parking is also a concern. The Catholic Church on Rolfe Street, right across from the lot. There is not enough room in their parking lot to accommodate their parishioners. The parking lot and the manse were sold without the knowledge of them. There are several functions that go on there throughout the week, and that the lot already there can hold the overflow. Once this project is completed, people will need to walk for blocks to go to church. The underground parking will surely have its limits, and eventually there will be signs posted everywhere that parking is limited to 2 hours when residents have company where they're supposed to park. Did the parishioners of the church have any say in the sale of the parking lot in Mance? There is a daycare center just up from this proposed development site. The people who work there take the small children for daily walks. The traffic is bad enough as it is, with the four-way stops and no one paying attention and potentially putting the children in harm's reach. There is no need for a 9-story building with limited affordable housing where there is no rent control. What is going to happen to those tenants in a year after moving in? Will their rent be as ridiculous as anywhere else? What is considered affordable housing? Many of the residents, particularly those who signed the petition, are not being heard and would like to know why this meeting is in Woodstock and not in our town. There are already plenty of residential areas, for example, behind McDonald's. There is a huge subdivision going in there and up North Street, where folks who already live in that area are complaining about discolored water constantly, damages done to their already established homes, and the uninvited rodent population that has also moved in. Is this area even able to handle the plumbing from so many units without having to boil water? After all, it is 2025. We are in need of family doctors and fixing what we already have before putting on more restraints on the citizens of this town. Taxes keep rising, and some residents have very little land around their home to constitute the prices we are already paying. What is the proposed tax hikes in the next years to sustain this progress? Our taxes keep going up, and we have little to say about what goes on in our own town. Why does the council go ahead and make decisions, especially when a petition is signed by numerous concerned citizens to push through a development that is not welcome in the area? And then in closing, that's our thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? I will attempt to address a couple of the points that you made that are simply sort of procedural and how this works. You had a question about why this meeting's happening in Woodstock and not in Tillsonburg. So the town of Tillsonburg did have a meeting on March 24th to consider the zone change for this application.
Yes.
So that was for the zone change, and that was done by the town of Tillsonburg. This change is for the official plan amendment, which is an Oxford County-wide official plan for land use across the entire county. So they're two related but separate approvals for a development to happen. So this is where Oxford County Council sits and considers changes to the official plan amendment. So that's why this portion of the decision is happening here.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You also had concerns about water and wastewater. You said about the plumbing. So I don't know if you've read through this report, but specific water and wastewater capacity is addressed in the planning report here, because water and wastewater is delivered by Oxford County as well. And so Oxford County staff assessed the water and wastewater capacity needed for the application. Whether you agree with it or not is up to you, but it is specifically addressed in the planning report. I just wanted to call your attention to that. And also, yes, the petition is also attached in the document, so council has seen that petition as well. It will be up to them what they want to do with that, but it is here.
Okay.
Okay?
But could I say just one more thing? We are totally against this, just totally. It's a lovely neighborhood, as is. There are fathers get out there and play with their kids. The church needs that area for parking. We don't need a 9-story building in the middle of our neighborhood.
Could it be lowered?
Could it be not even there?
Yeah.
That's what we're saying.
We would prefer a farmer's market year-round and a park area.
So that'll be up to this council to decide what they want to do with this application.
Because, and we do have a petition, and we don't know what, at the first meeting that we went to, and that petition wasn't even mentioned, and we didn't have a chance to speak that night.
Well, I can't speak to Tillsonburg issues. That's
But
their.
that's the thing too. So we wanted to be at this meeting just to voice our opinion.
Absolutely. You are
And
welcome to come.
I'm thinking.
You can
we're-
come anytime when we have a council meeting.
Well, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I've never done this before, so.
Good for you. Thank you for doing it.
So, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
I hope-
Okay. Councilor Palmer has a question for you.
Yes, through the warden. Are you in favor of saving farmland?
Am I what?
In favor of saving farmland?
I don't.
He asked, are you in favor of saving farmland?
Oh, yeah.
Can you guess how many farms or acres would be saved by this apartment complex?
I didn't hear you.
I don't feel that that particular area is big enough and to support a building that size, plus everything else that they want to build there. And it doesn't seem to matter what I think. I don't think it's a good thing that so much farmland is taken up by building, and it's happening all around Tillsonburg. All around Tillsonburg. Now, there isn't anything we can do about that, but at least we can speak up in our own neighborhood. I live four houses up from this area, and I don't want to see it go down.
Thank you for your answer.
And
Any other-
as to your question, no, I don't like the idea of buildings going up on farmland. I think that's horrible. And we have critters in our backyard. They have no place to go.
Any other questions from council? Thank you.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
a reminder to sign in there on your way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this application? Not seeing any. So how this is going to go for members of the public who are here, we're in the public meeting now, we're going to go through another 3 official plan amendment applications, then we will come out of the public meeting, and then council will be deciding on those. So just so you understand, we're not just skipping over it without making a decision here. We're going to get there. It's going to take time, but we're going to get there. Next item up is item 5.1.2, application for official plan amendment OP 25-02-1, Joseph and Lydia Katana. I'll turn that over to Director Michaels.
Thank you, Warden. The official plan amendment before council today is proposing a site-specific policy to permit a special events facility on a 100-acre farm property as an on-farm diversified use. The property is located at the northwest corner of Blandford Road and Oxford Road 29 in the township of Blandford-Blenheim. Surrounding land uses in this case are predominantly agricultural. The property itself contains 2 existing building clusters. The first building cluster, being kind of at the northwest of the property, contains the existing special events facility, a large dwelling, and a number of greenhouses, and it has a shared access out to Blandford Road. The second building cluster is more at the southeasterly end of the property, and that's kind of the older agricultural buildings that are clustered in that area. The remainder of the site does contain some significant natural heritage features and hazards, primarily along the Nith River, but it's our opinion that those aren't impacted by the proposed application. In terms of background, in 2024, the township did issue a notice of violation indicating that the existing special events facility was not in compliance with permitted uses in the A2 zoning, which is what triggered the current official plan amendment and zone change application. This plate shows the applicant's sketch, which is kind of, focused in on the event facility itself, and I'll speak to some of the aspects of that now. According to the application, the existing special events facility is approximately 960 meters squared in size, and it consists of 3 permanent event tents and a washroom building, and they've indicated that no other buildings are currently proposed for the facility. There's also a proposed grass parking area for 100 cars. So, that's all kind of identified within that area shaded in yellow on the applicant's plate, which is kind of pretty tightly aligned to the buildings that I've referenced and the parking areas. Altogether, the facility parking and landscape area, according to the application, occupy about 0.7 hectares or 1.8% of the overall lot. The facility itself, in terms of operation, generally operates from May to September. Weddings are generally on Saturdays, but they've indicated that some can also run on a Friday or Saturday, and there may be other special events from time to time during the week, but they tend to be smaller, 50 or guests or less. So things like corporate events and special occasions, whereas the weddings can bring in a maximum capacity of 250 guests according to the application, with an average of between 160 and 180 guests per event. It also indicates that only the event space itself is provided. Any of the services for that space is provided by off-site contractors, so things like caterers and serving staff. Those are provided by outside vendors. I would indicate that the new Oxford-specific official plan policies and criteria for these types of uses, being on-farm diversified uses as proposed, were just approved by the province last year. And these policies set out very purposeful limits on both permitted uses and details on size and scale. The intent of those policies is to ensure that on-farm diversified uses remain small scale and secondary to the agricultural use on the lot, are compatible with agriculture and do not create potential for conflicts, and that such uses do not undermine or compete with the planned function of settlements. And as well, these policies specifically prohibit special events facilities as an on-farm diversified use, and that was contemplated in advance as being something that would not be appropriate in the Oxford context as an on-farm diversified use. And I would say that even if it was to be permitted as a use, it would still exceed the official plan size and scale criteria for an on-farm diversified use. And based on the information provided by the applicant, the area occupied by the facility would come in just under the site area permitted of 0.8 hectares, but it would exceed the max gross floor area by over 70%, being 960 meters squared versus the 557 meters squared permitted in the plan, and would also regularly bring in large numbers of people to the site, the 250 guests I mentioned, and the contracted services, which the official plan indicates, that kind of scale is beyond what's contemplated for an on-farm diversified use. We're not clear from the application to what extent the farm operator, the operator of the special events facility is directly involved in the farming operation, which is another requirement of our policies for it to be considered an on-farm diversified use. And it is noted that a number of size and scale related aspects of the use were questioned by Township Council and the residents at the local public meeting and in writing, and those concerns are attached to the report, the ones received from residents in writing. The official plan states that uses that do not meet the permitted use or scale criteria for on-farm diversified uses or for an ag-related use are considered non-agricultural uses and to be directed to settlements. In this case, it's staff's opinion that the special events facility does not meet the criteria for non-farm diversified use or the permitted uses, and therefore would be considered a non-agricultural use. And I would note that no justification has been provided that would support potential consideration of this facility as a non-agricultural use in this case. With respect to public comments, some neighbors have expressed concern with matters such as noise, traffic, and property values, but there was also a letter of support received for the application. When the application was considered at Blandford Blenheim Council, they chose to deny the zoning bylaw amendment, which has since been appealed, and they also recommended denial of the official plan amendment, and that was at an April 16th meeting. So based on that overview, in summary, it's the opinion of staff that the Special Events Center is both specifically prohibited as an on-farm diversified use and would not meet the scale for such use, would all undermine the intent and purpose of our recently approved official plan policies, and is not consistent with the applicable PPS and OP policies for an on-farm diversified use, and we are recommending that the application not be approved. And I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you. Questions from council for the planner on the report? Councillor Gilvazy.
Thank you. It appears this has been operating for some time with no permits. So the recommendation in the report is to not approve this. So what happens if the recommendations in this report are adopted? Like, is there an appeal process? Does the infrastructure have to be removed, or it cannot continue to operate? Who polices it? I guess, do you have any answers to those questions?
Just a brief one. So through the warden, in terms of the applications themselves, like they were submitted to try and recognize this use as a legal use. So as the zoning bylaw amendment has been appealed, if the official plan amendment is not approved, the assumption would be that would be appealed as well, and then it would go to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a decision. And then that would determine kind of whether the planning approvals end up being in place, and then from there what the next steps would be.
Any other questions for the planner on the report? Not seeing any, thank you. Is the applicant here and do they wish to speak to their application?
Thank you, Warden Ryan. Members of council, my name is Pierre Chauvin. I'm a partner and planner at MHBC Planning out of Kitchener. Also, not only a planner, but a planner with extensive agricultural experience, having done many of these types of applications across Ontario. I have prepared a number of agricultural impact assessments, advised regional county councils with respect to MDAs, as well as province with respect to the agricultural impact assessment guidelines, and continue to advise OMAFA staff on other guidelines related to battery-operated storage systems. So I have extensive experience within the agricultural sector. And I guess it's suffice it to say, get to the point, I obviously respectfully disagree with your staff's opinion on this particular application. But having said that, and as Mr. Michaels noted, we have appealed, unfortunately, the zoning change application just because of the timing of matters of when the appeal periods occurred and this meeting occurred. But we always wanted to work with staff and the township in resolving those outstanding issues. However, having said that, we've been forced to file our appeal. I do have a quick few slides here, and I'll go through them. And these are, how do I advance this with this? There we go. So with respect to the site, I won't go into this too much detail, but as Mr. Michael advised, this is on a 100-acre parcel. The actual on-farm diversified use is located in the back cluster of the existing cluster on the property. That's roughly about 0.7 hectares. Mr. Michaels did note that these structures are permanent. I would correct that in saying these are semi-permanent structures. They sit on a pad with tents. The tarps are removed every season. The only real permanent structure is a washroom facility that effectively, and I have pictures of this, looks like a pool house type of event. But as contrary to the staff's opinion, I do believe this is an on-farm diversified use, and this is something that's contemplated within the guidelines the province has issued, which is the foundation to interpreting the provincial policy, and I'll speak to those in a minute. But with respect to the use, it is seasonal, and that's one of the criteria with respect to OFDUs. And this operation runs from May to September. I should note that there may be the odd occurrence in the early October weekend, just because the way the week falls. But that's really the intention is to run from May to September, either Saturdays, Sundays, and the occasional Friday, or the occasional weekday. On average, these events run between 160 and 180 people, and at maximums, they have capacity for 250 people. I would note that you can see a lot of the flower arrangements in the tents on the grounds. These are all grown on site, and that's really what the appeal is to this venue, is that the owners grow all these flowers within their greenhouses on their property and display them, arrange them for the weddings. So it is a kind of value retention type of operation and displaying some of the materials that they grow on property. There was a question at the Township Council whether the flowers are being sold locally, and I could answer that question, and yes, they are on some occasions, but right now they're predominantly being used as part of the facility. This is the same slide that Mr. Michaels showed you as well. The tents are that large white area that is 900 square meters, and then the washroom is a smaller sort of square at the very bottom left-hand corner, and then the grass parking area, all totaling about 0.7 hectares, or about 1.8% of the property. And again, your land use designations and zoning bylaws, we're agriculture reserve and A2 zone. With respect to on-farm diversified use, the province has issued what is called Publication 851, which is sort of, you can see how well and tabbed I have this. This has been my Bible for the last 10 years almost, since it's been in place. And it helps us as planners and your municipal staff interpret the provincial policy, and particularly with respect to not only on-farm diversified uses, but ag-related uses and those type of things. With respect to on-farm diversified uses, they have specific criteria that we must adhere to, and these must be located on a farm property. And in fact, it doesn't even, although your official plan may state that it must be farmed and by the farmer, and I can confirm our client is an OFA member and is renting the property out for what was corn and soybean last year, corn this year, but it is actively being farmed, and that is the criteria, one of the criteria in the publication, the province's publication. The other aspect is that it must be secondary in principle to the main use, the agricultural use of the property. And how is that measured? That is measured both sort of spatially and temporally. I note that there's no financial aspect to this, not whether the farmer's making money on the crops or the OFDU. And besides, the whole point of the on-farm diversified use is to supplement the farm income, to keep the farmers from farming on the land. And so how do we control the spatial aspect? Well, that's where that 2% criteria comes in, where the guidelines specify 2% requirement maximum of the land area being used for OFDUs, and that's also embedded in your official plan. And temporally, in terms of the time scale. So that's why you'll see in our bylaw, we do regulate when this operation is being used. It's not being used 365 days a year. It's seasonally within the May-September windows and only predominantly on weekends. Again, it should be limited in area, as I mentioned, and they being the province, recommends a maximum of 2%, and we fall within that, and staff's reporting is that. And they can be limited to home occupations, home industries, agritourism, and uses that value-added uses. This venue does attract tourists. That's really the whole purpose of being here. It's about inviting people from the urban areas to enjoy the rural environment, and that is the uniqueness of this particular operation, and why it needs to be here, is that it is showcasing the great agricultural landscape that you have. And it's also providing a diversification to your rural economy. It is employing other spin-off industries in terms of hotels, catering, et cetera, as a result of this use. So there is an economic spin-off to this. And I would say the county's economic development office also recognizes the importance of these types of uses. And lastly, there's the compatibility aspect. And with respect to that particular issue, we have heard at the public meeting the noise issues, and in response to that, and that was really never raised, I would say, until the public meeting. It wasn't even raised as a pre-consultation requirement by your staff. The only requirement from staff was a traffic report, which we provided, and it supported the use. However, since the public meeting and in response to the comments we heard from the public, we have engaged a noise consultant, and they will be analyzing the noise impacts and coming up with mitigation measures to address the noise impacts. So again, just quickly in terms of the official plan amendment, this is seeking to permit a special event facility. This is how your official plan defines this type of use. And again, it's permit a maximum gross floor area of 960 square meters, which is over your 500, I believe it's 567 or somewhere in just over 500 square meters is what's permitted in your official plan. And the intent is to permit that as an on-farm diversified use. And this will be my, oops. And in terms of the zoning, we tried to put some parameters on this with respect to the spatial and temporal nature of this on-farm diversified use to respect the agricultural nature and operation of the surrounding area. And so again, we're recognizing that square footage of the gross floor area, and I'll remind you again, largely that is made up of semi-permanent tents. And providing for the smaller lot area, as well as identifying when this operation will operate between May and September with a maximum occupancy of about 250 people. Before I end, I do want to speak to the staff comments and and I'd be remiss if I didn't. And I raised this at Township Council, and I'll just raise it for your benefit as well. There are a number of things I'd like to point out that were somewhat inconsistent with other decisions that County Council have made. For example, number of employees. Staff suggests that there's a significant, considerable staff will be required with respect to this use. I would suggest that this is speculative at best. To be clear, there are 2 family members that reside on the property that operate this facility, and that is consistent with your official plan. On average, yes, during a wedding event, there's probably about 10 off-site staff working on the site, working about 6 hours. So you do the math, that's about 60 hours. 2 days a week, that's 120. If you do the math even further, that's about a full-time equivalent of 3 people. Your official plan allows 2. So yes, we are slightly over that, but again, this is nothing unusual with respect to the types of activities. It's not like these people are here day after day after day after day. So lastly, I would point out that the provincial guidelines would speak to the fact that employees do not have a bearing on the amount of farmland that is being displaced. That is where the approach, that's why they prefer approach in the guidelines to a limited area. So that's why we adhere to that 2% area. With respect to building area, yes, we are proposing it's 960 square meters, but you've heard staff suggest that this is too large to qualify as an on-farm diversified use, and it's 70% larger than what's permitted. Similar to a minor variance, it's really not a test of a mathematical test, because I can present math as well and say this building only represents 0.0002% of the whole property. So it really doesn't, and to me, it's really what is the impact of that structure. These are non-permanent structures. The pads themselves can be reused if this facility ends. It could be reused and rebuilt as an agricultural building. So really the scale of this particular building, I think, is in keeping with the use that's there. I would also note that, again, the provincial guidelines would say with respect to calculating buildings, they say that you can, of that 2% that's permitted, 20% of that could be building. So again, if you do the math, that equates to 1,520 square meters would be permitted in accordance with the provincial guidelines. We're under that. Staff also contend that there's a large number of customers potentially on the property that we attracted here. First of all, these aren't customers, these are invited guests. They come in pairs, they come in groups, so this isn't a drop-in center. This isn't your typical banquet hall where there's bingo every other night or euchre nights or whatnot. This is a specific event facility where people are coming in invited specifically to celebrate a special event for the bride and groom. The max, 200 max is on average the number of people is a lot smaller. And I would note that there's a couple applications that council have approved, OPA 234 in Southwest Oxford, which is the Bonheim Farms, which that was particularly approved in 2019 with 250 people. Similarly, Wakefield Farms, OPA 218, approved in 2018 in Blandford Blenheim, 180 guests. So we're well in line with what was already been previously approved with respect to these other types of facilities that were deemed to be on farm diversified uses and deemed to be consistent with the provincial policy of the day. And I would note, of the day, these same guidelines, when those decisions were made, were still in effect. Staff note that this should be an ag-related use. I would wholeheartedly disagree with that particular comment. This is not an on-farm diversified use and not subject to those other tests with respect to being related to a farm and close to farm activity. This is an on-farm diversified use geared towards supplementing the farm income. Again, I remind you that although it's not a huge part of the operation, there are flowers being grown on the property, and those flowers are being utilized in the wedding venue. Whether you like it or not, horticulture is an agricultural use. And I will note that the rural location of this particular operation is the key factor in why it should be here. And I would also quote from the Monheim staff report of 2019, which staff supported the Monheim farm application, and it said, staff are the opinion that as of this facility relies on a rural agricultural location, alternative locations in the settlement areas are not necessarily appropriate and would be counter to the general intent to take advantage of the county's rural and agricultural setting for events. That's your own staff. Consistency with the PPS. This is the test for an official plan amendment. OFDUs are permitted in prime agricultural areas. Staff and county, I would reiterate, clearly thought that those similar events at Monheim and Wakefield, OPA 218 and 234, were consistent with the PPS. And the PPS hasn't really changed that much since then till now with respect to on-farm diversified use. These same guidelines applied. What has changed? Those operations have similar number of people. They have actually exceeded the 557 square meter size area. And in fact, one of the operations needed a variance to MDS. And lastly, I would just say, and I would comment on the fact that whether it's secondary nature, this came up at the Township Council, whether, again, if the farm operation is making enough money or is it the wedding event that's making more money. The whole test is whether agriculture remains the dominant use of the property. That is not changing in this property. It'll look and feel and smell like an agricultural use 365 days of the year. This is not how it's measured. As I mentioned earlier, on-farm diversified uses are measured in terms of the secondary nature, in terms of spatial considerations and temporal considerations, and I would suggest that we meet those tests. There is no reference in the provincial policy, the official plan, or even these guidelines with respect to financial criteria. And I would challenge you to find that. In fact, the whole notion of financial criteria would run contrary, in my opinion, to the whole purpose of an on-farm diversified use, which is meant to provide another financial support for our agricultural community. And sorry, I said that was the last issue. If you indulge me with one more with respect, and I just want to speak to the noise aspect. As I noted earlier, a noise study was not required of us. If we would have known, we would have done one. There have been changes over the years in terms of the operation, how they operated, in terms of how there were complaints. They responded and adjusted to certain things. And since that time, we have engaged, since the last council meeting in April, we have engaged a noise consultant, and we endeavor to hope to improve the situation and come up with mitigation measures to address the noise concerns that were raised by the residents at the time. So I guess with that, I'll conclude by saying I ask that you support the application and you continue to work with us. This isn't the end of the road. We need to go through site plan approval process. Obviously, we have appealed, but we would like to resolve that, ideally, in the ideal world. But if it has to go there, we will have to adjudicate this matter, unfortunately, at the tribunal. But I would ask for your indulgence, and I appreciate your listening to me today, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions from council for the applicant? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Warden Ryan. Would you be able to flip back up to the slide that it's a shared image aerial photo that county staff used and you also used? Oh, is your presentation gone? Okay, we have it in front of us. It's the yellow overlay of the aerial map. A couple of quick questions. I don't see any reference to a kitchen on site, and so is there a kitchen on site, or are caterers expected to bring all of the food for a 3, 5, 6 hour event and hold that in a hot box for the duration of the event? There's no kitchen or servery on site?
Through Mr. Warden, yes, that is correct. There is no kitchen on site, and it's all up to the caterers to make sure that that is kept however which way they do it, and they do all the serving and preparation on site in mobile vehicles or whatnot. So.
Okay, and then second question would be down in the, thank you, down in the bottom left corner, it was indicated that those are washrooms. Is there a a septic system to hold the capacity of up to 250 guests connected to that washroom facility?
Mr. Warden, yes, there is. There is a septic system. There are some outstanding building permits required for the site, which our client is also addressing, but I can't speak to whether a septic permit has been applied for with respect to that size, but there is a septic there to accommodate the size of the number of guests.
The application also, if I may continue, the application also indicates that no other buildings are proposed, or buildings or structures, but is there not on the north side of the laneway or driveway, we can't see it in this one, but we can see it on ours, is there not a hoop house there now, a greenhouse hoop house, big white there now that is not in this aerial photo?
There are, through Mr. Warden, there are some greenhouses north of the house.
Yep.
If you can see this this driveway,
Yep.
it's in that area.
Is there not another new one, just if we were to look in the very top right-hand corner of that 90-degree angle, is there not another new one just on the north side of the driveway in that location that is not in this aerial photo?
I believe so as well, yeah.
Okay.
And again, those are all part of the permits that our client is trying to rectify.
Okay, and then my last question is, you've indicated that you'd like to undertake a noise study, but how do you undertake a noise study when you've been issued a cease and desist? You've been shut down. So how do you do a noise study when there is no events happening?
Through Mr. Warden, the cease and desist order, I believe, has a date of June 30th. So it doesn't take effect until June 30th.
Any other? Councillor Peterson.
Just to comment on the septic system, I don't think it's a septic system. I believe it's a septic holding tank is what they have, which is illegal, so it's not really a septic system. I just have a question for you. On the 9 fire-related issues there, have any of those 9 been rectified, do you know?
Through Mr. Warden, I don't know. Some of those would be addressed through site plan with respect to driveway access and turning radius, but with respect to some of the other aspects, I can't say, and I hope they'll be addressed through the building permit issues, which I understand they hope to be filing that within the coming weeks.
Any other questions from council for the applicant? Councillor Wilson, then alternate Councillor Wilson, then Councillor.
Thank you, Warden, through you to the delegation. I can appreciate that sometimes inexperience can lead a business owner to operate a business without realizing the property is not zoned. And you mentioned you do have extensive experience with these kinds of applications. So I'm curious, would it be typical for a business to be in full operation without realizing they're not in compliance to this on-farm diversified use? And perhaps kind of when your professional advice was sought and how that timeline has come to be what we're seeing before us today.
Sure. Through Mr. Warden, I'll start with your last comment. I was retained after they being the Katanas, were issued an order to comply, and so that's when they sought my advice. I think it was in the late fall of 2024. I would say with respect to in my profession, it's not unusual sometimes that I have a client who has been advised that what they're doing is illegal and we have to rectify it. So that is not unusual. As far as on-farm diversified uses go, in that situation, I haven't seen that. And I would say, frankly, if none of these activities were happening and we were asking for permission initially, I'm sure we wouldn't be in this position right now where perhaps staff are opposing us and we're getting the opposition from the public. Because we would have had to been able to address all those issues, and there would have been, I think, nothing there to really comment on. And I think some respects it's never good to be in this situation, but there's only so much I can do with respect to what my client has done. But I'm not condoning what they've done. I'm just saying these are the facts, and despite those facts, in my professional opinion, this is a legitimate on-farm diversified use.
Councillor Schaefer.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, my question's been answered through the last one. Thank you.
Any other questions from council for the applicant? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak to this application? I'd ask you to come up and speak, and then when you're finished, you can sign that sheet at the desk.
Just let me catch my breath. Excuse me. My name is Wayne Coughlin. My wife Kathy and I live in a house about 600 feet away from this venue. I find it interesting that he just mentioned that the first they heard about a noise complaint was at the township meeting. I have a record that we phoned the police in July 2021, and we phoned a number of times that year about noise complaints. And also, I know of other people in the area that have phoned about noise complaints. So why the noise study all of a sudden is being done now when the complaints have been existing since 2021 is a little bit confusing. In contrast to the letter of support for the Katanas situation, we have no financial involvement with the Katanas. Okay, and what Kathy and I did, we did put together a presentation. We put one to do for the township meeting in regards mainly to the noise and how it affected us. After sitting through the township meeting, we felt that we should give it a different slant in our response. So I have submitted it, and what I would like to do basically is read it out, if that's okay. We are grateful that the Township Council voted against the application for the official plan amendment and did not approve the zone change application. The denial was supported by Dustin Robinson's professional report detailing that the proposal is not reasonable for an OFDU and is not consistent with provincial planning policies. At the township meeting, Kathy and I concentrated on extreme noise problems. The agent's lip service response to this was a suggestion that the noise source might be reduced. Possible crowd of 500 guests. Now, I mentioned 500 quite often in this, and that is because that is what's on their website, not the 250 that they talk about or the 200 they talk about. They are advertising 500. He also suggests possible abatement. First off, he suggested they might reduce the volume at the source, which we don't see happening because if you have 500 people in there, they're not going to reduce the noise. An abatement is going to require insulation, and there's no way we see insulation on walls and roof in a 9,000 plus square foot tent. Mr. Katana's agent claims that they have rarely had more than 200 paying guests. With only these few 200 paying guests, the noise is unbearable, as stated in our previous submission. We cannot even imagine what the noise level would be like if 500 guests, as the website states, are allowed to attend. We feel that the Township Council recognized that the Katana Estates facility has been operating illegally for at least 4 years. Our first complaint and call to the police occurred July 2021, and at that time, Mr. Katana's agent did not represent the total, or at the presentation, Mr. Katana's agent did not represent the total venue as promoted on the Katana Estates website and advertised on numerous bridal websites. The venue was active and had numerous events during the pandemic and the COVID lockdown when other venues were closed. When Catana Estates started holding events and weddings 4, possibly 5 years ago, we had assumed that buildings were erected with legally required permits and that the venue met zoning laws. We had assumed that the events were being held legally and held legal liquor licenses. We hope that the county councilors did their homework and reviewed the Catana Estates website and recognized that there is a lack of relationship from the proposed plan amendment and zone change to what is advertised on the Catana Estates website. They were presenting a fairy tale wedding venue at the presentation, and this fairy tale extended to the presentation by their agent. The agent's presentation deceptively focused on only a small partial of the total venue. The agent repeatedly said a maximum of 200, in contrast to the Catana Estates professionally prepared website that states 500 guests in numerous places with full access to the complete grounds, not just restricted to the area presented by their agent. Their agent kept on repeating 250 guests, but history guarantees they would not restrict themselves to 250 guests. The advertised uses listed and suggested throughout their pictures including wedding events, concerts, mentioned on Facebook, bridal and baby shower, photo events, and dinner parties. Through the presentation claimed that the mansion is not part of the venue, it is listed on their website that the bridal suite and private groom's lounge are included in both the full-day package and half-day package. The package lists additionally state exclusive use of the estate grounds, access inside the estate for bridal party photos, access to all outdoor locations, and more. This is supported by numerous pictures on their website and pictures posted by Catana Estates and past paying guests on Instagram and other social media sites. Photographers have posted numerous interior shots of the bridal group in various rooms on their websites. During a recent open house to promote the wedding venue, the mansion was included in the tour with emphasis placed on the grand foyer, the bridal suite, and the groom lounge located in the mansion. A sample of direct quotes from their website: access to all outside locations, the courtyard, the cliffside view, the cobblestone patio, the backside terrace, the Coliseum, exclusive use of the luxurious property and the tenant space, accommodated events from 50 to 500 guests, luxury outdoor and event venue, access to all areas, gives the evidence that no restrictions exist. In addition to the venue is available for photo shoots at their $20 million countryside estate. A sample of statements from their photo shoot says, with endless photo opportunities, showing photos from both inside and outside the mansion, and access to the ensuite, and lists access to the ensuite tower, West End area, and lists photo shoot costs, add-ons inside the estate, $500. The Swarovski room, $500. On wedding days, we hear kids playing on the playground equipment, which we find more than pleasant with what is to follow. The extravagant playground is presented on the website as part of the venue. Has this playground been built to meet all safety standards, not only for the sake of the safety of the children, but also from a liability standpoint for commercial use? Now, there is a little bit of contrast between commercial and private. If you're being paid for it, in my estimation, that is commercial use. The fact that it is not open to the public just to walk in maybe can be a mistake, but it's still not just private use of the owners. In the agent's presentation, the area presented was limited to the paved and grass parking area, the 3 event tents, and some in the washroom. The area is presented as 0.7 hectares. By my amateur use of Google Maps, the local area, or the total area moved from farming, is approximately 2.4 hectares. And that's including the playground area, which is promoted on their venue sites, on the venue pages. And this is in addition to the area for the original barn and farm building which is used for storing construction equipment and building materials, and Mr. Catana's construction business. And there are 2 new structures erected in the area. On this website, there is a mention, on the website is no mention of any restrictions to the grounds. And who is going to enforce the 200 guest limit or the 250 guest limit? From the past history of ignoring bylaws, we know that any suggestion of a limit of 250 will be totally ignored. What was presented was what they hoped would pass, not an honest presentation of the venue. The guests are paying for the total grounds presented as the venue and will demand the full use of the ground. They will not accept being restricted to the area of the presentation. This is a $20 million wedding venue running illegally, advertising that they are currently accept deposits for the future weddings in 2026. This is against zoning bylaws, being held in buildings erected without permits, not meeting building codes or fire regulations. It is evident from the past history that we must have some way to enforce the bylaws and shut down events on the weekends. What is to stop them from building these illegal, or from holding these illegal events when they have 20 Saturday events booked from May to October in 2025? So that's, 5 and 6 months of our weekends totally ruined. How can a legal venue that does not meet fire or building codes have liability insurance or legal liquor licenses? Should Mr. Katana receive a legal order to stop holding events? Although Mr. Katana's agent diminishes the effects of the number of days that are affected to only 20 from May to September, this is an unrealistic joke. For us, in actuality, it means we have lost the enjoyment of our property, both inside and outside, for most weekends from May to October. There will be no enjoyable, peaceful backyard barbecues for us or our guests. There will be no peaceful, quiet time in the evening sitting and enjoying the evening sky. Because the noise levels are so bad on Saturdays, this results in us not sleeping, and we are like zombies on the following Sunday. We are suffering pounding headaches, and our ears are still ringing from the previous nights. In addition, still aggravating but not as noisy as the extreme issues on the actual event day, during the week, there are noises and constant beeping from equipment further prepping the venue, trucks dropping off event and venue supply, bands and DJs practicing and doing sound checks. Even today, April the 30th, we are seeing equipment, trucks near the venues and working on the playground area. Almost 50 years ago, we purchased this property and paid a premium at the time because it provided us with the peace, quiet, and solitude that we desired. And this has been totally destroyed by the Katana Estates. If this is allowed to continue, with our house being only 600 feet from the venue, our property's value is greatly diminished. Does legal and financial liability for the township and county increase because they now know that illegal events are happening? The planning reports list restrictions for fireworks. There have been a few occurrences. Are sky lanterns included in the fire bans, similar to Toronto? A neighbor was very concerned when the sky was full of lit sky lanterns drifting over his property during an extended dry spell. When we attended the Township Council meeting for the application, we had assumed an honest presentation by their agent. Why are legal representatives of the township and county not going on Mr. Katana's property to do a full and complete inspection to determine what has not been legally erected? In closing, we would like once again to thank the Township Council for the decision to not approve this plan amendment or zone change. With the additional submissions that we, who are opposed to these changes, are presenting, we hope that the County Council are in agreement that this application request are be denied. And we've, on my pages, we listed reference websites containing pictures of their venue. And I've also went on Google Earth historical imagery to show when these things were being erected. They're so-called tents. And the fact that the first one was being erected in 2018, so they've been operating illegally since 2018. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public here who wish to speak to this application? I'd ask you to come up, and when you're finished, I'll get you to sign in at that desk.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Wayne has done an excellent job. I might cover some of the same areas that he has, but I'm just going to go through what I have here. Following the Township of Blandford-Blenheim's clear decision to reject the Katana rezoning proposal, our community finds it troubling and disheartening that this issue has proceeded to the county level for further consideration. I write this on behalf of residents living near 935-929 Blenheim Road, whose lives have been significantly disrupted by the unauthorized and inconsiderate actions of the Katana Events business. This letter builds upon my previous submission dated April 15, 2025, and incorporates further insight and concerns shared at the Township Council meeting on April 16, 2025. The public meeting laid bare a pattern of misrepresentation. Statements made by Katanas and their agent were directly contradicted by their own website and marketing materials. Claims regarding the seasonal scope of events, the use of buildings, and attended numbers were all inconsistent with publicly available information. For instance, their website lists bookings every weekend from May through to October, while their agent falsely claims their season ends in September and that their events kept at 250 people despite advertising a capacity of 500. Such discrepancies not only undermine public trust, but also indicate a calculated effort to bypass accountability. If the foundation of a business relies on misinformation, how can the community be expected to believe that future operations will be conducted ethically? And that word ethically means a lot in our community. Actually, I hope it does in every community. During that council meeting, Sephora Katana portrayed herself as a horticulturist growing flowers for the venue and is currently in talks with retail stores, claiming alignment with the spirit of agriculture. However, she is currently primarily building her photography brand, Katana Studios, which I'm glad she is. I wish her well. Community members verified this by reviewing her public Instagram and online wedding listings. This misrepresentation raises concerns about the credibility of the zoning request. This falsehood portrayed by her clearly shows that her claims are made to give the illusion that they were giving to the community by growing their own flowers for their business.
I'm just going to caution you there about your language and commenting on other people's motivations and ethics there. We're considering input with respect to a planning application.
Okay.
Not a court, and it's not a personal disagreement. So I'm just going to caution you there before there's any other language that might.
Okay, that was the only place. I just actually took that from some of the community members and stuck it in there.
I'm
So
sure
maybe
the
that
community
was
has thoughts,
inappropriate.
but I'm just saying for council here, we're considering,
Yeah, no problem.
input
you.
relevant to the planning application.
Okay. It seems rather, I actually thought that the part of that was brought up at the township meeting where they were growing the flowers and giving back to the community. And she was the one who was doing it. So we weren't really sure how she would have the time to do it and whether or not maybe her plans changed between then and now, possibly.
But again, whether she has the time, whether she's doing it or not, whether she has the time to do it or not relevant to a land use planning application.
Understood.
I understand it might be a concern for some people, but for council
Understood.
considering a land use application, just not relevant.
Okay. The agent also misled council in numerous ways, including stating events only occurred from May to September, while online advertising shows the venue operating from May through October. And again, this is the same as what Wayne brought up. His claim that only 26 weeks were affected downplays the impact. Half the year of continuous disruption is not minor to those who must live with it. So those are the months that are spent outside enjoying our yards, and I always say prepping for the cold winter months. Last spring and summer, we were harassed with the constant construction beeping, and our time outside and enjoying our pool or working in our garden was destroyed by the constant noise pollution. We woke up to it at night. This is apart from the parties we suffered through and the prep work for the events that went on during the week. We are currently hearing this every single day. They are still at it, as Wayne has confirmed. Excessive noise and commercial-grade lighting from the venue, which blankets the night sky, have a direct impact on surrounding wildlife habitat. These disruptions pose a threat to species that rely on natural cycles and darkness for survival. The community is adamant about protecting the delicate ecosystems along the river and urges Oxford County to take immediate action to halt all activities that compromise biodiversity and ecological health. And a normal house that is built along the river, along the cliff, such as theirs, there's not a problem. It's when, you know, you have the venue and what goes on with the venue that creates a problem. Another serious concern is the obvious inability to legally secure a liquor license for these wedding events, which have gone on for the past years. When applying through AGCO, the requirements are quite detailed, and I have them detailed here, but it's not necessary to go through it. These documents are necessary to confirm that the premises meet all applicable codes and regulations. And municipal approvals also state that you must adhere to the municipal alcohol policy. This policy outlines responsibilities for events involving alcohol, including obtaining the necessary permits and ensuring responsible service. The Katanas in their past history clearly show their lack of responsibility and care for the safety of their clients and the community they have planted themselves in. Obtaining a special occasion permit is required for serving alcohol at events. All these important details and more are required to be submitted to the Township Office. It is blatantly obvious that none of this process happened over the past years. The scale of illegal activity by the Katanas and the threats posed to our community through these past activities is astronomical. This venue has booked a graduation event for June 6th of this year with attendees aged 18 to 20. I have contacted the Huron Park Secondary School principal to discuss this matter, and he has confirmed that the school no longer organizes this event due to liability issues. Therefore, the students have organized this event themselves. No evidence of proper insurance or oversight has been provided to the students as of yet. They are not aware that this venue is operating illegally, and I have a nephew who will be attending that. Community members, including the families of potential attendees, are deeply concerned that these young adults are funding a venue which lacks proper zoning and liability insurance. Critical safeguards that should be in place for any legal event. By illegally operating this space, governing authorities may be exposed to liability in the event of an incident, and no one in this community wants to see that. In conclusion, law-abiding citizens have historically adhered to these standards out of respect for their neighbors and trust in the system. By permitting the Katana operation to continue despite these violations, we risk dismantling the very structure that maintains fairness and cohesion in our township. Future residents and developers may see this as permission to ignore regulations undermining the authority of local governance. This is not simply a matter of one business breaking the rules. It is a potential unraveling of decades of community trust and responsible development upholding. The laws and bylaws which govern our community are essential to maintaining equity, safety, and environmental stewardship for current and future generations. The Katana property case represents a profound breach of trust between private landowners and the public institutions tasked with protecting rural communities. For over 4 years, the operation of this commercial event on agricultural zone land has disrupted the peace, health, and safety of surrounding residents without permits, oversight, or legal authorization. These activities have threatened wildlife and degraded environmental conditions near the Nith River and thus exposed Blandford-Blenheim Township in Oxford County to liability concerns. And I came up with this just because I went into the GRCA and did some research on how that would affect it. I can't conclude that it has happened to date, but I think with the increased activity that they're planning, I feel from the research I've done that it very well could happen. These activities have threatened wildlife and degraded environmental conditions near the Nith River. This situation is more than a zoning issue. It reflects a troubling erosion of public trust and a precedent of impunity. If this rezoning is allowed after years of illegal operation, it sends a message that rules do not apply if broken long enough. And this is from residents of the community. I had time to speak to a few of them, and a few of them have watched the video online on YouTube. It undermines lawful landowners' values, neighboring properties, and damages civic culture. The community is not asking for preferential treatment, only that the laws and bylaws be applied fairly and consistently. Denial of the rezoning application is not punitive. It is, in fact, restorative. It signals to all residents that laws and rules matter. The rural character of Blandford-Blenheim is worth protecting, and civic order should not be sacrificed for private profit. We urge Oxford County Council and the relevant governing authorities to consider the principles of accountability, equity, and environmental stewardship by taking immediate and decisive action. Thank you for hearing our pleas and concerns. And this is from myself, my husband, and my family on behalf of the Blandford-Blenheim Township residents who are concerned.
Questions
you.
from council? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget to sign the sheet there on your way by. Are there any other members of the public here who wish to speak to the application? Anybody online? No? All right. I'm going to suggest before we move on to the next application that we just take like 5-10 minute break here because we're already at 11:09. So I'm going to say we come back at 11:20. And as soon as there's quorum, I'm going to bang the gavel and we'll get to work. So until then. It's 11:20. I'll call the meeting back to order from break, and we are on application, item 5.1.3, application for official plan amendment OP 25-01-8, BNR Holding. I will turn it over to Director Michaels.
Thank you, Warden. This next official plan amendment application before council is proposing to add special policies to the business park designation to permit an indoor recreation facility in a portion of a larger industrial building in the city of Woodstock. The area that will be occupied by the facility will be approximately 945 meters squared. The site is located on the northwest corner of Woodall Way and Sprucedale Road. Surrounding land uses consist of a mix of residential, business park, and institutional uses, so it is a bit of a mix of uses in this particular area, even though the site itself is business park. This plate shows the layout of the existing warehouse building on the property. The indoor rec use that's being proposed would occupy just the easterly portion of this building. And activities proposed include indoor playground, table tennis, etc. In this case, it was staff's opinion that limiting the floor area to the 945 meters squared would both ensure that the overall primary use of the property would remain business park, but it also addresses parking issues on the site because there's a higher parking demand for the indoor rec facility than there is for other business park uses. So making sure it can only reach that size ensures there's sufficient parking for all uses on the property. These lands are located within Southeast Woodstock Secondary Plan area, which actually permits municipal rec facilities and parks within the business park designation. And the current zoning also permits such uses. So it's the opinion of staff that the proposed use is similar in nature to a municipal rec facility in terms of impacts and would be compatible with surrounding community facility and residential uses, as well as with the business park uses that are permitted in this area. City Council recommended support of the OPA and approved the zoning in principle at their April 17th meeting. And as such, it's the opinion of staff that the proposed development is consistent with the applicable policies of the OP and the PPS and can be supported.
Any questions from council for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Is the applicant here and do they wish to speak to their application?
So yes, I am available online.
Okay, can I get you to either turn up your microphone or sit closer to your microphone? We can hear you, but it's a little bit quiet. I want to make sure that that council can hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me better?
Yeah, not great. I'm getting nods of no from council members. See what you can do, and maybe raise your voice and sit closer to the mic and whatever you can do, and we'll try it again.
Yes, I am very close to the mic, so I'm not too sure if you can hear me better right now.
I think they're grudgingly accepting that. So speak as loud as you can, and we'll give it a go.
Yes. Okay. My name is Raid Nafi. I'm the owner of 427 Woodall Way and BNR Holding. And this application is for zoning amendment for a new tenant to the building for indoor sports. I believe this building would be a great building for this type of business, as there's not much recreational buildings available in City of Woodstock and surrounding area. This is a building that's very close to the residential in Woodstock, and as I said, this would be a great business for the area.
Thank you. Questions from council for the applicant? Not seeing any. Are there any members of the public, either here or in person or virtually, who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. Then I'll just remind you, as I did earlier in the meeting, we're going to move on to the next planning application. Then council will come out of the public meeting before deciding on your application. Okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then, item 5.1.4, application for official plan amendment OP 24-15-5, David Kittner and Loy Wiley. I'll turn it over to Director Michaels.
Thank you again, Warden. This next official plan amendment application is proposing a site-specific agricultural policy which would facilitate the creation of an undersized agricultural lot, approximately 8.2 hectares in area, or 20 acres, through a future consent application. The subject lands are located on the south side of Road 96 between 27th and 29th line. The lands themselves are primarily consist of cropland with some areas of natural features and hazards running through the property. The lands themselves contain an existing dwelling and 2 agricultural storage buildings, and surrounding uses are primarily agricultural in nature. This plate shows the proposed area that would be subject to the future consent application. The proposed lot, as I indicated, would be approximately 8.2 hectares in size, or 20 acres. Approximately 5.3 hectares of that, so only a portion, would be tillable. It would contain the existing dwelling and storage buildings, as well as some natural areas, which are the darker areas that kind of show on the aerial plate there. No livestock operations or other changes to the farming operation are being proposed in this case. The applicants are seeking a major reduction in what our normal official plan minimum lot size standard would be, which is 30 hectares or 75 acres, down to 8.2. That's what would be required to facilitate this proposal. I would say the intent of the PPS policies and the OP minimum lot size standards is to minimize farmland fragmentation, ensure lots are sufficiently large to accommodate a broad range of uses that are common to the area, as well as providing flexibility for future expansion and change in operations over time. And our policies do require that even at the 75 acres, that can be comprised primarily of tillable area. This area of Oxford County and Zora is characterized by large cash cropping and livestock operations, as is much of the county. Larger parcels are typically required for these types of uses to support such things as, well, the use itself and to accommodate MDS setbacks and nutrient management. The province typically recommends a standard of 40 acres or 40 hectares or 100 acres for these types of operations. So that's what's incorporated into most official plans in this area of Ontario. I would say that Oxford already provides more flexibility by having a 30 hectare or 75 acre lot size standard, and that was developed in consultation with the province, and we were able to demonstrate that that flexibility in Oxford did make sense. But as a result, it should be very much looked at as a minimum standard, because we're already more flexible than the provincial standard. And then just for comparison, looking at the 2021 census data, an average farm size in Oxford's approximately 87 hectares. So that's not a farm parcel, that's a farm itself. So it could be comprised of multiple parcels, but you know, that's substantially larger than even our minimum farm size. So in this case, it's the opinion of staff that this proposed lot would not be suitable for agricultural operations that are common to the area or provide the needed flexibility for future changes. And no compelling land use justification has been provided that would support the creation of the lot for this proposed use. So really nothing to differentiate it from any other proposal that we may get in. And we do receive lots of inquiries for the creation of smaller agricultural lots. In terms of the local council decision, Zora denied the associated zoning bylaw amendment at their council and recommended that the official plan amendment not be approved. So in summary, we're recommending that the OPA not be approved, as it would be a significant deviation from the OP policies, and we think would create an undesirable precedent for future applications, and it would not be consistent with the applicable policies of either the provincial planning statement or the OP. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those now.
Questions from council for the planner on the report? Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Warden Ryan. My question might be somewhat hypothetical, but as an undersized parcel of agricultural land, at what point would you potentially consider approving or recommending approval for an undersized parcel if high intensification agricultural use was planned or intended, which I understand is not the plan. There is no justification for that at this time. But what I specifically look at this application and this parcel of land and the water, the lake, pond, I don't know, it's about an acre and a half, I believe. If someone were to utilize that for aquaculture or utilize the water course or high intensification vertical growing, at what point of agricultural output would an undersized parcel be considered? Yeah, considered.
Okay. Yeah, through the warden. Yeah, I think that's a great question. we tend to steer away from creating smaller parcels just for one type of operation, because if that operation itself is not successful, then the parcel doesn't have the flexibility for other types of operations. So even though we do review the nature and sort of intensity of the operation at the time as part of the criteria for looking at whether a reduction in lot size might be considered, it's not not by any means the only factor. So, whether that would be supportable or not would be, very much a site-specific evaluation.
Any other? Thank you. Does the applicant wish to speak to their application? I ask you to come on up. Again, when you're finished, I ask you to sign the sign-in sheet on the desk there.
Just make sure people can hear. Can people hear okay?
Your question you just had there about the so-called lake, that's actually a 3.5 acre pond that's fed from the north and from the west. There's actually 3 streams that are going into that pond. So just to clarify right from the start, that is entirely ESA, as an environmentally sensitive area that we're talking about here, as well as this definitely fits under the mandates of the source water protection, as well as moving forward to the 17th. I would say this is also directly impacted, affected, and related to Bill 5, which is a provincial matter moving forward. I'll let my colleague Loy begin.
So thank you for hearing us today. My name is Dr. Loy Wiley. I'm a professor at Western in the School of Medicine and Dentistry and co-applicant for this application. Our planner was not able to make it today, so I'm just going to highlight some of the things from her report. Rita Jabor, our registered professional land use planner, prepared a 40-page report. Hopefully the council members have had a chance to review this document, to be able to make a decision to actually read what we've put together. I'm not going to highlight everything that was in the report, but particularly I want to speak to how the application has specifically regards to matters of provincial interest as per Section 2 of the Planning Act. Our plan is consistent with the 2024 Provincial Planning Statement. It conforms to County of Oxford official plan, allows for the promotion of all types and sizes of that intensity of agricultural uses in the official plan. I think when we hear discussions about the average size of farms, that's really not a very honest way to talk about farms. There are many farms that are much smaller than what we're proposing in our application. So although the average may be very large, there's still many that are well smaller than the proposal that we have in place. It's sufficiently large enough to maintain flexibility for future changes. The lot is 117 acres that we're suggesting a split. The provincial policy statement explicitly states that ecological conservation is an appropriate activity for agricultural use. And here there is an existing environmentally sensitive area that is going to be encapsulated in the proposed severance. So we've been promoting conservation and enhancing natural resources of the area. So that's just where we are very much in line with the provincial policy statement. Okay. Just click it to get, okay, so our planner wasn't able to be here, as I said. So for the lot, the new lot, currently there's 40 hectares of the fields is currently under production. That's approximately 98 acres of the 117 acres of the existing farm. The rest of it is part of the environmental sensitive area, that ecologically sensitive area that is not able to have farm production on it. As you can see in the picture before, it was the pond and 2 streams coming into that. So those are areas that are not under production. So this proposal does not take any agricultural land out of production. The retained lot that we're hoping to keep is the 8.18 hectares, and that includes the location of the original house, the barn and farm buildings that were built in the 1960s. The current replacement home was built in 2000, where David has lived since 2000. The original house became uninhabitable, which is why a replacement house was there. It's not a new dwelling. This was a recommendation that we talked about it as a replacement house from Honorable Ernie Hardeman, who gave us some advice earlier in this process. A number of trees are planted, the buffers around the watershed. David has created a conservation area. We have North Carolinian forest throughout the whole area, extensive flower and vegetable gardens, as well as enhancing the environmentally sensitive area. David, you want to talk a little bit about that?
So first of all, I'd like to sort of stress that not using natural heritage planning for planning is very restrictive, just going right from Oxford's agricultural roots and natural landscape. Residents of Oxford County are deeply proud of their agricultural and rural roots. Long-term resiliency of the county natural features and infrastructure in response to the impacts of climate change and increasing extreme weather events. And why I'm focusing on that to start with is you need to understand that this is existing in the watershed. When I say this, I'm talking about the parcel of land with water features. When we have storms, as you know, we have a lot of flood water coming through the area. Wetlands are more important than ever. Recent storms where we've had flooding in surrounding fields in other areas, I can see the direct results in my area where it's functioning as it is supposed to as a floodplain mitigation device. As I say, water goes from our area further north to Wildwood, where, as you may or may not know, water's being held back so that London can continue with their activities of building in the floodplain or what their objectives are. Also important to point out, I feel, in the celebrating Oxford's agricultural roots and features. We have some slides for that.
Natural heritage.
Natural heritage. So again, about the natural heritage features, I want to talk about that further. Following a route that's benefiting the few instead of the many. And what I mean by that is when we're really going with aggregate extraction as our #1 mandate, because in context of this parcel of land, it was my grandfather, Andrew Kittmer's land. It also had another 100 acres, which was expropriated to the north by Upper Thames for the facility of the Wildwood Conservation Dam that was to provide us with cheaper electricity, such. All I'm saying is that we had further lands that were pasture, that were in the area. Those are since gone. Initially, my family, I feel, is important to comment on the fact that they initially came here basically as, I wouldn't say they came on a cruise ship to visit the area. They were pretty much forced off the land from Scotland, of the clearances of the land, and are in fact the original members of the Zora Highland group that came here. So I would have to say that my family came to participate in Canada and nation building and the development of the Canadian dairy industry. My great-grandfather, Leroy Carl, on the 33rd line, had Incroft Farms, in which he was able to develop a very good and some excellent pedigree cows, which he exported some to European markets with genetics. I personally picked rocks, cleared fences, thorns, and land uses, and on the current property where I currently reside. That piece of farm parcel of land has gone from a pasture farm to a cow crop operation to a current cash crop. I would also like to point out that the adjacent property to the south, which was my grandfather Andrew B. Kittmer's land, is now a substantial gravel pit operation, which has resulted in actually the 14-acre field that I previously planted to beans being completely gone. It's now a hole in the ground. Further to that, with aggregate extraction being the #1 use and seeing the farmland totally disappearing around my area, and also since I was a young child, knowing the gravel pit that my grandfather ran and knowing that it had the same forest and the same streams that flows in a north-south direction, whereby if you were to look at the previous map that was up on the screen from before, you would see directly to the north that the stream from the south edge of the property is now under a culvert. That is actually a stream. That's occurred recently. It's a stream that's fish habitat. That's under a culvert for a good amount of distance to facilitate the utilization, or if you will, the aggregate extraction from the land, which is occurring on the same ESA area, which is encompassing the farm area. So that's important to show where the land is set up. So here we can see a simple picture of the team of horses on the right here. This would be Leroy Carl Innes on the right, who was startup of the Emerald Caledonian Society. My grandfather, MacDonald Innes, is in the middle. You can see they have horses there. This is relevant to point out that in my own father's time, he's gone from working with horses to now it's the 500 horsepower tractor and the 50-foot spray boom, which again kind of brings into another issue, which is why is it that Oxford County seems to only utilize the opinion, if you will, of the OFA, the Ontario Farmers, whereby other groups such as NFU and other groups are representing more so the economic dignity of the farmer, which means just because you're a smaller person, that doesn't mean you don't matter. And by simply using the voice of OFA for all the voices of all farmers, then you disproportionately take away from the, shall we say, the economic dignity of that smaller person, because for whatever reason, they no longer are an important member of the, or have the same rights as the rest of the members of the community. Food production has been an ongoing process on this area of land. One of the reasons why the cattle farming and cow-calf left the area in my situation was because of the Walkerton issue, whereby 25 years ago there was a hearing and there was proceedings whereby it says you shouldn't have your manure piled by the water, you shouldn't have your cattle standing in the water, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's still ongoing 25 years later. We got rid of our cattle from the area, but I see in the area all around there's pig barns built close to the water, there's cattle standing in water, et cetera. So I'm just having problems seeing perhaps how we're going to get towards some of these in the strategic plan of 2026. We got a year left. I'm kind of wondering how we're getting towards some of these strategic plan ideas, specifically towards the environment, because I'm going to say further, that's what the real purpose of my end of what's been going on in the farm after picking up rocks and clearing thorns. It was like, gee, this is kind of a mess. I wonder if there's any way it could be improved. Well, yeah, you take the environmental farm plan and you learn that buffer strips and stewardship of the land, whereby you don't just necessarily own the land, you're a steward of the land, which means you should try and leave it in better condition than when it came into your care, and that should be one of your objectives. So recently, I have to say I've planted another 100 trees on the far west side of that. You can see there's, this is 25 years ago when I started the project. There's not a tree in sight. It was, as I said, a pasture where the cattle gained access to the pond. So with remediation and improvement of land, whereby I mean biodiversity, buffer strips, pollinators such as our friends the bees. Without bees, we have no alfalfa. Without alfalfa, we'll have no cattle. Without drinking water, I'm really not sure how we're going to continue on with the dairy industry, because you need water to not only wash your pipeline, you need water as in like you have to bathe, you have to have something to drink. Kitchener's aquifer is already damaged and in trouble. They're looking to Oxford. What's another option? You have to go to Lake Erie to get a pipeline. So yeah, water quality matters. Is aggregate extraction as the #1 a good plan? That's not for me to say. That's the policy of the county, but we know. Land Tribunal, Caledon, David Donnelly recently just spoke. We have enough gravel. Do we really need more? My point of the matter is, how many people are going to come to Oxford County to look at a giant hole? I don't feel there's that many, but that's what Oxford County's becoming around my area. I can't drink the water. I looked at the pond and I see blue-green algae. I know it's going north. I know it's going to Lake Erie. It's right in the strategic plan to improve things for water quality, water issues. Again, we're learning, or sorry, it's already been brought up several times how horticulture matters. Well, not only does horticulture matter, food production matters, food security matters. This is an area directly where not only we are ongoing with food production, we are actively involved in conservation of the Carolinian Forest Zone, whereby I mean native trees, increased biodiversity. There are threatened species of insectivorous birds, there's turtles, plants. As I say, we have an atlas of trees that are residing in the area that are different. We already have these multiple streams, springs in the area. Oxford Stewardship with Pud Hunter and Roger Boyd have designated this area personally, saying that it is as significantly environmentally important as any of the rivers coming from London. That would be perhaps the Walleye to Woodstock project that some of you may or may not be familiar with. Basically, it has to do with water quality and how moving forward, and again, you have to stress, planning is for the future, so moving forward, and again, aggregate extraction, again, is the #1 land use, but if aggregate is going up against farmland in a major way, and also you consider what does aggregate extraction do to our area here in Oxford County? Well, increased trucks. 27th line, I saw a 53-footer laying on its side on the east side of the road. There it is, sunny day, it's laying on the side of the road. It's tipped over for whatever reason. Continued 53-footers going up and down. I see cement with rebar and steel just piled. I see asphalt piled at aggregate extraction sites. This is contrary to the Aggregate Extraction Act. Seems to be no enforceability. Seems to be kind of an ongoing thing that I don't feel is in the best interest of Oxford. We already see with dual cropping where soybeans are going in after wheat, there's more equipment on the roads than ever before. And we look at, what does this mean? Well, this means more traffic. Why? Because we talk about the farm size, and maybe a farmer has 1,000 acres. He's got 100 acres here, he's got 50 acres here, whatever. He's taking a 24-row corn planter and he's driving it around the county. Multiple counties, going into Middlesex, wherever, going into Perth. So, okay, yeah, there's some large farms, but they're not all in one block. So again, with that and increased gravel, what's the problem? Oh, what do you know? We have more road fatalities in the area. Personally, this has impacted me. My own relative, Dr. Sangster, killed on the road.
Can I ask you to focus on things that are relevant to that? I frankly love that you brought up the strategic plan because I love it, but I think we need to focus on items that are relevant to the severance that's being requested.
So our severance, the land is to really enhance the eco-diversity that we have. There are rare trees of the Carolinian forest, Kentucky coffee, blue ash. We have turtle nesting area, so we see turtles, several turtles in the pond regularly. The land in question is a migration pathway for multiple species of birds and pollinators. So we do feel that what we're trying to do with this land aligns with the mission of the strategic plan for delivering responsible and responsive services that improve the community's social, environmental, and economic well-being. So those are the things that we feel, we have been doing. David has been doing this for 25 years on this piece of land. With the environmental farm plan that David completed in 2023, or maybe it was 22, that we've enhanced buffers. There's more tree planting. We've restored habitat in the zone. As you can see, the pictures before where there was nothing, there's now trees and flowers all through this revitalized area. We've been doing flower and vegetable gardening, selling organic and heirloom produce to restaurants, selling and donating flowers. We have local and sustainable food production in place. This isn't massive scale farming, this is small scale farming, but that's one thing that is acceptable in the Ontario provincial policy statement, is having varied uses of land. We have grown daffodils. We do a lot of stuff around cancer awareness and work with Indigenous organizations around cancer awareness with thousands of daffodils, and many David's relatives also have issues having dealt with cancer. We have peonies, so lots of those flowers, so I just want to show you some of that. But the aim of this proposal is to continue the way of life of small-scale agricultural activities on the family farm, having flowers, plants, and vegetable production sales, to continue the 25-year ecological restoration project that is protecting the watershed, enhancing wildlife habitat and pollinator zones. There's been enhanced biodiversity and continued protection of endangered species and threatened species, and then to create a new lot of the remaining 98 acres, which is well above the 74, to sell for the continued large-scale farming. So no agricultural land will be taken out of production in this proposal. It is just enhancing the ESA. I also had a couple of things I wanted to speak to around the objections that we got to the proposal. As David spoke to, the Ontario Farmers Association was opposed, but we note that in the policy statement, section 4.3.2 of the provincial policy statement allows for all types of farming, all types and sizes and intensities of farming, and there are already many smaller viable farms in Oxford. From the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, we spoke to them. Their concern was around the fragmentation of hazard areas because there is a flood zone here, but he noted that the environmental protections are in place regardless. Instead, he noticed that the bigger concern was how Mr. Spencer McDonald actually called him 4 times to talk about his objection to the proposal, to what was supposed to be an independent review from the Upper Thames River Conservation Area. Additionally, at the last meeting that we had at Zora Township, one of the councillors noted that the Ministry of Natural Resources was opposed to the proposal. That's actually not true. The Ministry of Natural Resources did not oppose the proposal. Instead, they said they have no objections and we don't need to do an ecological assessment of the area, but suggested due diligence was needed to ensure protection of species at risk, which is the core of our proposal. So we just wanted to make sure that we corrected that record because that was not allowed to be corrected at the Zora Township meeting. I don't know if you had any other.
So again, back to your mission values, you have diversity, equity, inclusion, fostering a culture where everyone is welcome, valued, and celebrated. I mean, right there, I'm going to have to say, because you have a small farm or you're doing something different than somebody else, then, I mean, that's not only should be valued, but there's reasons why small farms matter. Like, for example, food security is one. If you're not growing any fruits and vegetables, where are you getting your food? Because, I mean, if you're vegetarian, for example, well, a lot of corn's going for ethanol and corn sweeteners, and that's GMO cattle food. So as far as actual food that you eat, such as tomatoes, horticultural crops, lettuce, just having the space whereby you can have a garden in Oxford County where you're not harmed by spray, because people are actually having problems finding places to keep their apiculture setups distant from spray. That's becoming an issue. So again, smaller farms are able to cope with climate changes. There's a vital role to food security, community building, and sustainable farming practice. Add to a more diverse and resilient agricultural landscape. Local food security matters more than ever with uncertain times and tariffs. Direct sales to local community, fresh, high-quality food products supporting local economies is a very important issue that has to be encouraged. Sustainable practices such as perennial crops and permaculture, by that I'm referring to elderberries, raspberries, blueberries, any of your berry crops. Resilience in the face of climate change. I already mentioned how buffer areas and wetland areas are very important when we do have flooding. So the resilience in the face of climate change, smaller farms can be more adaptive to changing climatic conditions as they can focus on crops that are better suited to local microclimates. And that's not just like picking a different corn heat unit or a different soybean that's better in a wet year. That's like moving to a completely different diverse crop and microcrops, which are important and are talked about in the Ontario land policy. Without a mixed farm sizes, vulnerability to external shocks, there needs to be flexibility into policy that allows specialty crops on small parcels. And by that, I'm talking about garlic, pears, as I already mentioned, berries. High-value ventures like market gardening, fruit tree production, berry crops are invaluable to food security and local food supply. High land costs prohibit new startups. All sizes, types, and intensities of agricultural uses shall be promoted and protected in accordance with provincial standards. Oxford policy is heavily supporting large-scale production for export, commodity production for export, such as ethanol fuel or oil seeds or corn. Consolidation of power and land results in inequality. And that's what I was talking to previously about economic integrity. Encouraging more regenerative practices is to be encouraged, as in it's better for the environment versus monoculture or growing corn for 25 years.
I think, as you've identified, there's some repetition starting here now, so I'm going to ask you to try and wrap up with some points that are relevant to the severance application.
Basically, more, not fewer small farms, and small farms are required. Farmers provide a wide variety of produce and wide variety of production methods. A strong economy and democracy should be leaving anyone behind on uncertain claims that the majority can benefit. That's again, I guess
And so consistent with that, we are doing small farming, but also conservation area, natural conservation area is a legitimate use of agricultural land in line with the Ontario provincial policy statement around land use. And so a good portion of the area that we hope to maintain as from the severance is to support that conservation area, the ecological sensitive area, enhance the buffers, and have small-scale food production in the remaining area. And the part that will be severed is still 98 acres to sell for large-scale farming, so no land will be taken out of agricultural production from this proposal.
I have one thing to add to that. Further to the previous comment about how when the individual parcel was in the package that it's in, as I mentioned, you can't see necessarily well in that picture to the north and south of the stream or to the other direction. Where the property is located to the west is in fact the origin of another stream. So if the parcel that we're proposing was expanded into the wetland area, again, that cannot be farmed, is ESA, in the sense it would be under one ownership, then moving forward, that could make things easier. But as far as fragmentation, again, I have to point out, the stream that comes into our area is under a culvert to the south. And just one more thing about the preserve and enhance our natural environment, the initiatives to protect the county's water resources through source water protection and water efficiency programs in collaboration with conservation authorities. I may point out, not only have we already gone through that process and are still ongoing, the Natural Heritage and Water Resource System Framework, we've not only been approved for increased areas in the proposed area for more buffers and planting with full funding from Upper Thames, we have already planted some more trees in the buffer area. And again, conservation and stewardship is our main priority. However, we are still actively producing food, and stewardship and buffers and habitat and diversity are mandates of agriculture and part of our natural environment, and it's right out of the strategic plan.
Questions from council for the applicants? Question for me. You listed several initiatives that you've undertaken on the property, and I am familiar with the property, about source water protection and environmental protection and the environmental farm plan, the growing of vegetables and flowers, and the planting of native species of trees and other vegetation to help support of other wildlife, and all that has happened on the property as it is right now without the severance, correct?
On that point, I'd also point out that smaller farmers are more active in stewardship programs, and moving forward, they are the ones that plant the buffers and do the tree planting, such as 96 Highway. Those trees were planted by myself and my father. So I'm going to have to say that the research that I looked at has shown that it's the smaller farmer that's actively not only self-funded but self-initiative versus, and in no way taking away, critiquing or devaluing the work of the larger farmer, but someone who has 1,000 acres and a diversified, I don't know, hog, dairy, whatever, they're either cutting hay, they're planting, they're moving around. Again, I'm not saying they don't do it, but a lot of them find it difficult in their time with the employees they have to get some stewardship activities underway. We had a discussion about this over in Thorndale with Margaret May when I took the environmental farm plan in 2023. She mentioned how, just a fact, not again, just saying how there's many operators with methane digesters, et cetera, but tree planting wasn't encouraged in their building. And I'm just saying, looking towards the planning committee in the future, when someone puts up a new hog barn, I know there's ventilation and issues of crossflow, maybe they could include some more trees because it might look nicer in Oxford, because we still have to worry about or be concerned with all areas of our economy, which includes tourism, et cetera. And agritourism, hey, maybe some people want to see a healthy buffer with some pollinators and water that's protected instead of like a golf course coming right up to the edge of the water hazard, or, you know, corn stalks are going into the pond or whatever, or a stream's completely put under a culvert, because I don't feel that's moving in the direction we want to go.
So a lot of the tree planting was done over the past 25 years, but in the lead up to putting this proposal together, we had 2 years of conversations with various folks, but we had folks from the Upper Thames River Conservation Area come to the property, as well as several visits from Oxford Sustainability to assess the area. As people may have been aware, noticing how water changes have happened lately, one pond has risen, another pond has declined a bit. Both of those agencies suggested that we needed to do more remediation work for the pond to make sure it's protected, to have a berm on one side of it, and several more areas of tree planting to have a safe buffer around all of those areas. So the conservation work is well established. You know, people said, you know, David started this 25 years ago, so we have a mature Kentucky coffee forest on the land, but there is more planting that needed to be done to protect the way the water pathways have changed in the past 2 years.
Questions from council? Thank you. Are there any members of the public here wish to speak to this application, either in person or attending virtually? Not seeing any. A resolution to adjourn the public meeting, alternate councillor Lauder.
Thank you. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Schaefer. Resolved that the council adjourn the public meeting and reconvene as Oxford County Council with the warden in the chair.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 5.3, consideration of report CP 2025-133, application for official plan amendment OP 24-06-7, Station View Development Incorporated. Councillor Gilvazy.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tate. Resolved that the recommendations contained in report CP 2025-133 titled Application for Official Plan Amendment OP 24-06-7, Station View Development Inc. be adopted.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Gilvazy.
Just briefly, I'd like to speak to it. I certainly appreciate the redesign efforts that went into it. I will be supporting the application, respecting that my council is in very much support of this development. However, for the record, my concerns still remain with regards to parking reduction of 93 spaces, reduced amenity space, and the height of the buildings that will forever change the landscape and heritage of our downtown core. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 5.4, consideration of report CP 2025-136, application for official plan amendment OP 25-02-1, Joseph and Lydia Katana. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by Peterson, second by Councillor Mayberry. Resolved that recommendation contained in report CP 2025-136 titled Application for Official Plan Amendment OP 25-02-1, Joseph and Lydia Katana be adopted.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Peterson.
Just quick, I'll make a quick comment. When this came to our council, there were several issues that we all had. You've heard them all today, from the septic system not being legal to the one thing that was mentioned was about the structures on the property not being permanent as temporary. Our chief building official has said they are permanent structures, they're not temporary, so they fall under that. The other thing, one of the biggest concerns for me was there was the order to comply for 9 fire regulations. I'm not sure where that's at. I believe if they don't have those, I believe they can be shut down because of those 9 infractions. As residents here brought up about the noise, on and on, the website says 500, the applications for 250. There was quite a few, but for me, the main reason I voted it down, and I believe council as well, that it does not comply with the official plan, which is on page 4 and 5 of the report, and does not meet on-farm diversification use, and that's in report on page 8. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 5.5, consideration of report CP 2025-139, application for official plan amendment OP 25-01-8, B&R Holding Incorporated. Councillor Tate.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Palmer, resolved that the recommendations contained in report CP 2025-139, titled Application for Official Plan Amendment OP 25-01-08, B&R Holding Inc. be adopted.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 5.6, consideration of report CP, excuse me, CP 2025-140, application for official plan amendment OP 24-15-5, David Kittmer and Loy Wiley. Councillor Schaefer.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, moved by myself, seconded by alternate Councillor Lauder. Resolved that the recommendations contained in report CP 2025-140, titled Application for Official Plan Amendment OP 24-15-5, David Kittmer and Loy Wiley be adopted.
Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. Couple comments from me. Having heard the application before in the context of the proposed zone change application, a couple of things I would just point out. Aggregate extraction is a #1 priority policy. If for anyone, it's for the province. The Aggregate Extraction Act is provincial legislation, and the provincial policy statement requires that Oxford County and Zora Township, through their zoning bylaw, support that aggregate extraction. So it is not a chosen #1 priority of this council, but of the provincial government. I think also wanted to point out there was suggestion in the delegation that this council only considers the input of the OFA or locally the OCFA, and I just wanted to point out, having been on the Agricultural Advisory Committee last term at council, where we began the work of considering the changes to the agricultural sector of our official plan, that we consulted with many different agricultural groups. In the end, some of the groups would not provide representation on that committee, and so we reached out to other groups to get as much consultation as we could, and it was certainly much broader than OFA and OCFA locally. And lastly, just that I think, as the planning report makes clear, and I think as the delegation made clear, there is fantastic environmental work going on there that is to be applauded, but in my opinion is not, it's happening already, has been happening for decades. The severance is not required for that work to continue. A future property owner may or may not continue it, may augment it, but in my opinion, while the environmental work is excellent there, and I certainly applaud that, and I certainly applaud the pointing out the relevance to our strategic plan, in my opinion, none of it rises to the level of requiring that a severance happen for it to have the environmental work to have happened already, or for it to continue to happen. So I will be supporting the resolution on the floor to deny the application. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. It is 12:07, and I'm going to look to council to see, do you want to try and power through some delegations before lunch, or do you want to take a quick lunch, or what do you want to do? I see nodding, but I gave you options, so I don't know what you're nodding to. Okay, delegations, presentations, and consideration thereof. 6.1, Ingersoll Rotary Club, Ted Comiskey, regarding a food warehouse in the town of Ingersoll. Ted, come on up, don't be shy.
G'day. It's nice to be back to County Council. Nice to see friendly faces and Dave Mayberry's. Thank you, Warden and councillors, for allowing me to bring this presentation. My name, for those who don't know, my name is Ted Comiskey, and I'm a Rotarian in Ingersoll. And I need your immediate financial support, no matter how small it is. The Rotary Club of Ingersoll has done some amazing things on a yearly basis. We put $100,000 into the multi-use center that's going to be built. We put $10,000 into the services for senior, their elevator. We've organized over 500 children for an Easter egg hunt just a week ago. We stock Smith's Pond with about 500 to 700 trout. and we have a fishing day so that all children and parents and family can come and have a day of fishing. We organize and run the Rotary Christmas Parade. We collect canned goods all through the season, but mostly at the Christmas light display that we put on in Ingersoll. And one of the nicest things and rewarding things we do is we have an organization called Rinkmates. And that is where the Rotary Club of Ingersoll takes a bus and they go around to all of the schools and the high schools and they pick up those folks who need assistance in many ways. And we pick them up, take them to the arena, and we give them an hour and a half of skating. Now you say, how can some folks in wheelchairs skate? Well, I'll tell you they do. We have wheelchairs out on the ice, and they have lots of fun. Where there's about 60 to 65 children and adults that take in this program. We have sleds that people can actually sit in the sleds and they're pushed around. And I'll tell you, the looks on their faces, I encourage any counselor or anyone in the audience that has a moment next winter to come around to the arena on 10 o'clock on Friday morning and just see the faces on those people when they can get out on the ice and the laughter that takes place. Our next Rotary project is a food warehouse. This is needed badly in Oxford County. There are people that, even though we can do so much service work, there are still people that fall through the cracks. People that need our assistance. In fact, I believe that the Southwestern Public Health says that 1 in 5 people in Oxford County need some form of assistance. We know that social services is not enough to be able to pay for sometimes rent and food and recreation, etc. So we need organizations to help. The thing is that there are so many different organizations about and they've made silos of themselves, and it'd be nice if they could all work together and make something happen. The biggest problem with these organizations is the fact that they do not have any place to store food. I myself and other people travel to Tillsonburg and St. Thomas and Windsor and all over the place to collect food on a weekly basis to bring back to lay on the tables for people to be able to obtain that need it seriously. It was 2.5 years ago or so at Christmas time, the Interchurch Group, they put together 600 food hampers and 300 Christmas hampers for people who need it in Ingersoll and surrounding areas. They asked me if I would help out because the group they had for deliver these hampers was unable to complete the job because the time frame was done for them on their shifts at CAMI. When I got there, I saw seniors volunteering their time. In the cold, these warehouses have no heat to them and they leak, but they take in places that they can to be able to do the job they do. And so at that point in time, I made a project to myself to be able to do something about it. I looked at many pieces of property, talked to many folks about being able to build on the different sites that we could afford. They're given to us, and there were lots of situations where we could not build. But I did make, over the years as being mayor, a good friend with Doug Yates, who is the GM in Oshawa, who looks after properties. And I said, what is the old gymnasium across from the senior center in Ingersoll doing? And it has been abandoned for 12 years. The building was originally designed and built for the Japanese engineers and designers to come over here, and they lived where the senior center is now. 65 residents were there, and along with the gymnasium that they had their recreation and exercises. And once they left back to Japan, the town was able to purchase the seniors' property. No, I apologize, not the property, but the building itself. The property itself is still owned by General Motors, and the same with the gymnasium across, but it was never taken into account at that time. So since then, it has been used for a gymnasium for Westfield Public School. It was used as a karate school at one point in time. It was used by small recreation, but for the last 12 years, it has been totally abandoned. So we went in there and discovered that, you have a little bit of notice in front of you here what it's all about, and that is that the furnaces need about $35,000 worth of work, the plumbing about $12,000, cleaning and the ceiling and repair because it's been closed for so long. There has been mold go on the surface of the vinyl that's on the ceiling that has to be removed and patched. Electrical repairs, roof tightening, which has already been done, so we have no leaks anymore, security and incidentals, to a cost of about $120,000, which we have to date collected a little over $90,000. So we're on our way. This is something that is needed ASAP. Why? Because we have 8 groups right now. Let's say Stitch, Interchurch, Cycles of Life, ISSI, Salvation Army, St. James, and Kiwanis that need the spaces, and there are more groups right now getting together all the time. I'm going to jump to that unit. The Rotary Club is trying to put this building in shape to be used ASAP, and then the groups are going to organize how they deal with food supply and delivery. There's no sense in Rotarians going in and advise it because we know nothing about it. We need to talk to those people, and that's what's happening right now. Those people who do it on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, supply food and needs to those who desperately deserve it. The nice thing about it is we've taken those, let's say, 8 silos of charitable community work, and it is now organized into one board that is going to be able to manage and address this building. They are going to be organizing it. They have put themselves a group together. Dr. Stephen Tate is one of the organizers of it, that is a phenomenal advocate on food collection and distribution. And all these groups are putting things together and going to make it happen, but they need that building. Right now, because of the money we have collected, we have furnaces in there right now. We're still trying to get hooked up by the gas company. And the washrooms totally all have to be replaced because whenever the last person 12 years ago turned the key and locked the door, he forgot to drain the water, and the furnaces quit, and everything froze, and it is totally destroyed. So we have quotes and everything ready to roll. I just need some support and some help. I don't care how small it is, but it's needed today to get this building up and running. I believe that's all I have to say, believe it or not. I like to talk. How long do I get? But I am more than willing to take any questions and any advice or directions on helping to get this project underway.
Questions from council? Alternate Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Warden, through you to the delegation. I just wanted to make comment. You spoke to kind of some advice, and I'm highly supportive of this project, as you know. But it's my understanding that County Council adopted a new grants policy which does not permit capital projects to be supported through that grant. But the grant program is open, I believe, until the end of August for applications. So I would encourage those groups working together to think about what aspects of the work they're doing would be eligible for the community grants program, and maybe would achieve some of those things that Safe and Well is working towards, because I'm sure there is a fit there. So I hope if there's no commitment to funding today, it doesn't discourage the work that's being done. I think just the capital request may or may not get the support that you're looking for, but I would be happy to support those organizations and think about what aspects of the work they're doing might fit within the community grants program. Someone may feel differently than me, but I don't know that the capital request will be supported by the grant policy adopted by council.
I believe that, and thank you, I believe that the cleaning aspect and painting that's going to have to be done may not necessarily fall under capital.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Martin?
Sorry, Warden Ryan, not necessarily a question, but a comment, if I may. I'll be brief. Farm Credit Canada has an Agri-Spirit Fund that has food-related programs in their granting program that opens up in June. So highly recommend that one. It's a detailed application, but I would encourage your organization to pursue that. And the Oxford Community Foundation has a grant through the Maple Leaf Fund that is also food-related. Now that intake has just closed and has been adjudicated, but will open up again in the coming year. So there are plenty of other granting opportunities that I would encourage you to pursue. I can probably think of 3 more if I had a minute, that if we can't help today, that there are other avenues out there. Because I agree, this is definitely a need in our community. It is tapping into a variety of resources to make it happen.
Thank you. And just to add to that, yes, we have looked into those, and we are planning on those. The group inside are going to be planning on that to be able to help, whatnot. What is most of the plans and most of the setups right now with Trillium different things, they are applications that can be made for assistance down the road. And not that we wouldn't take that into account, but our goal right now is, and I apologize for coming late in the year, but these things come up and these things happen and the need is there. We need it today kind of a thing. And I understand we will be applying for further grants and applications to help with the distribution and the projects that are going to be taking place inside, which is refrigerators or freezers or any type of shelving, et cetera. And electric forklifts or anything that we need, they are going to need to be able to do that. But first, we have to get this building ready. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Thank you. Next up, 6.2, Association of Ontario Road Supervisors, Kelly Elliott, regarding the 2025 AORS Municipal Works Trade Show. It's like a delegation list of personal friends for me today.
Official day here for delegations. Thank you, and through you, Warden Ryan, and to the rest of council staff and guests. I'm excited to be here on behalf of the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors to promote our AORS Municipal Public Works Trade Show that's coming to the City of Woodstock and to Oxford County June 4th and 5th at the Fairgrounds. For those of you that are not familiar with AORS, we do represent municipal public works departments from across the province. We have over 2,000 members. And what we do is provide high-quality education and training to your municipal public works employees, but also networking events. We provide advocacy on behalf of your municipalities, and we put on 2 premier events throughout the year, one of them being our provincial rodeo, where we feature the top municipal equipment operators from across the province, as well as the trade show that I'm here to talk to you about today. So we're excited to have over 300 exhibits come to Woodstock on June 4th and 5th. We're expecting over those 2 days over 2,000 visitors. Local hotels are sold out. Your local restaurants and businesses, not just in the city of Woodstock, but beyond in the county, are going to feel that increased business. We are excited for the first time ever. AORS has partnered with Rogers Media to promote the trade show on Sportsnet, Breakfast Television, City TV, as well as some local radio stations, not just promoting the trade show, but Oxford County over as well. I do want to highlight it, as though we do call it a municipal public works trade show, it isn't just for public works. It is open to the public, and a lot of the suppliers that we have exhibiting aren't just public works suppliers. They're also suppliers for the agricultural industry, construction, and drainage overall. So we do welcome the public to attend as well. It is free to attend. so you can pop in that day and come and visit. And one thing that wasn't in my presentation, and I'm sorry at the City of Woodstock I neglected to tell you this, but due to a recent decision by Oxford County Road Supervisors Association, proceeds from this event are staying in Oxford County, and they have made the decision that a portion of their proceeds will be divided amongst the 3 hospitals in in Oxford County, as well as 6 of the food banks. So the proceeds of this event are staying right here in Oxford County and will support Oxford County in the future. So part of our advocacy that we've been doing at AORS is what we call Why Public Works, and it's encouraging students to consider careers in municipal public works and working for their town or city or municipality. And we're integrating this into our trade show as we have done for the past few years. And that includes we've invited local high schools across the county, any feeder school in the county, for those secondary students to attend the trade show with their teachers as a class trip. With that, they'll get a presentation on what a career in municipal public works looks like. They'll hear from some of your local municipal public works professionals on how they got in, how they get their foot in the door in their municipality to start their career out. And then they'll get to go out and visit with our suppliers, visit the trade show, and do some generous sponsorships that we've had from our suppliers. Students will also get a free lunch, as well as we cover the bus transportation. So it's free of cost for teachers to organize this to bring their class. We also have the Ross Mackenzie Memorial Golf Tournament on the Tuesday prior to the trade show. The first ever Ross Mackenzie Memorial Golf Tournament was actually hosted in Oxford County in 1994 when Oxford County last hosted the trade show. So it is at June 3rd. We're going to have 144 golfers there with lunch and dinner, and you're more than welcome to join us. Registration's on our website. I know there's still a few spots left for golfing. So again, thank you for having me here, and we hope to see all of you out to the trade show.
Thanks very much, especially for being so quick. Questions from council? Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Warden Ryan. When you talk about Why Public Works and connecting with students, have you had an opportunity to connect with Work in Oxford and Community Employment Services to facilitate, because they're very well connected with our local school system. Have you had an opportunity to connect with them?
I haven't, but I'm more than happy to
resources?
reach out. I reach out to local principals as well as the local kind of construction technology teachers, but I'm more than happy to reach out to them as well and make those connections.
Anyone else? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And 6.3, Southwestern Public Health, Dr. Ninh Tran, regarding an update on the measles outbreak. Dr. Tran, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi there. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Ninh Tran. I'm the Medical Officer of Health for Southwestern Public Health. And I'm here to provide an update on our ongoing measles outbreak, the role that Southwestern Public Health is doing, as well as how we can work together to protect our residents and to promote immunization. In terms of our current situation, so this is when we sent the slides last week, we had 517 cases as of May 7th. As of yesterday, we're up to 579. So as you can tell, we're continuing to get cases, but the trends and the demographics remain the same. This is predominantly affecting those who are unvaccinated, and particularly those who are 18 and under, particularly school-age children. So this is the slide that gives a little bit more detail into the trends and the demographics. So we have vaccination status for most people. We know they have no doses, never been immunized, 1 or 2, and there are some situations where we know we and the case is not sure whether they've ever been immunized or not. As you can tell, if you add up the unimmunized and unknown, it is certainly over 90%, and 3/4 of our cases are those who are 18 years and under. And this is a trend that we've been seeing has been stable in our region. It's also a trend and findings and proportions that we're seeing province-wide as well. I will also note that We have seen hospitalizations in our cases. We've had 39 individuals who've been hospitalized at some point, and that represents 6.7% of the cases that we are aware of. And we know that there is an underreporting and underdetection of cases. This is what our outbreak curve had looked like about a week or so ago. So the bars represent cases, and the dates represent the episode date or when they develop a rash. So, so the vast majority of the cases are no longer infectious, and we had big peaks in February and March, and it sort of went down, but we started seeing some rise in cases again over the last couple of weeks. And so our public outbreak report and an updated epi curve that's will be published tomorrow will show an updated curve and look a little bit different than what I'm showing you today. So a little bit about measles. It is highly contagious. It's probably one of the most, if not the most contagious virus that we have. It's because of that, it is a reportable disease to local public health, and it can result in complications, which is one of the reasons why where there's an interest in this. That include things like diarrhea, ear infections, as well as pneumonia, and rarely can lead to brain infections, and very rarely death as well. It's highly infectious, and it is spread through the air, and that can be, sharing an indoor space with someone who is sneezing, coughing, or even talking. And the virus can last up to 2 hours in the air after that infected individual has left. So I think you can be directly exposed, but also indirectly if you happen to be in that indoor space after that individual has shortly left. And if you're not vaccinated, and you're exposed, is highly, highly likely that you will be infected. That's how infectious it is. In terms of what that looks like, the initial symptoms very similar to common cold: fever, cough, runny nose, sometimes the red eyes. It's only a few days later after you develop these nonspecific symptoms that you will get that telltale rash. The issue is that, yes, you are infectious once you get the rash, and it's easy to detect, but you're also infectious for the 4 days before the appearance of the rash, which is why it makes it very difficult for us to contain and people to recognize and adjust some of their behaviors as well. In terms of the role of public health, so these are the big buckets of roles that Southwestern Public Health, as well as other health units and health agencies, are doing. Surveillance, certainly looking and reporting on our cases, the sort of the demographics, which I've shown you in the slides before. Case management, following up with cases that we are aware of, having them isolate, but also understanding where they've been to notify those who might have been exposed. And that can be done ideally when we have that information, direct notification to individuals. But when we aren't able to identify everyone, that's where public notification comes in, at least from a timely perspective as well. So you'll see some of the notifications on our web page, as well as media releases in terms of where we know there have been exposures. We also do broader communication in terms of to the public and to others in terms of what is measles, the risks, what's happening in our community, and we're trying to provide as much timely and relevant information as we can. Vaccination immunization is critical. We've certainly, provide recommendations in terms of vaccinations, just on top of what is usually recommended, but additional enhanced vaccination recommendations, which I'll talk about in the next slide, as well as coordinating the administration, doing some of the vaccines ourselves, supporting our other partners to deliver vaccinations, as well as any other reporting or immunization requirements as well. And that plays in part of the outbreak control measures in terms of the case contact management and vaccinations. We don't do this alone. We collaborate with a variety of partners, hospitals, health sector partners, as well as the schools. As I mentioned, 3/4 of our cases of those are 18 and under. So some additional examples. So we certainly do additional outreach and messaging on this. We've done some additional targeted outreach and multi-language messages because we know we have a very diverse community within our community that have different needs, representation, they consume information in a different manner, they have different perspectives and cultural considerations as well as sometimes different language requirements. So we do that to reduce the barriers people have to access credible public health information towards that. We're also doing an enhanced vaccination strategy. So as I mentioned, on top of what is normally being done in the province. So usually you get 2 doses of MMR, measles-containing vaccine. That's at 1 year and at 4 to 6 years. Because we've been in an outbreak with significantly higher case counts, we've implemented additional vaccine recommendations. So on top of that, we've also recommended and also provide eligibility and vaccines to our healthcare providers for those who are 6 to 11 months. This is an additional vaccine on top of the one and the usual 4 to 6 years. This recommendations has always been in place under the Ontario schedule for those who are traveling to areas of concern. And before the last year or so, that has generally meant needing to go overseas somewhere where there's significant activity. That is no longer the case. It's already here in our community, so we've put that as an eligibility, as strategy and supply to those living, working, playing in our region. And additional health units are now adopting that as well. And an earlier dose of the second vaccine and not needing to wait till 4 to 6 years. And I'll also illustrate that we've essentially more than doubled our vaccination efforts. In addition to our usual community clinics, we've done specialized clinics for the 6 to 11 months, outreach, home visits to different priority populations, post-exposure vaccinations after exposures in schools, for example. And if we looked at the data when we the number of vaccines we administered, MMR vaccines from January to early April last year compared to this year, more than doubled the vaccines, about 150% increase of what we've administered directly in our clinic. Same thing with actually the vaccines that we've been delivering to healthcare providers. Again, more than double this year compared to last year at this time, and that's vaccines based on their requests. So it's not like we're just pushing vaccines out. This is when they're asking because of their additional demand and interest, they're pushing that out as well. So those are just examples, and we're certainly working very closely with our health system partners here, whether it's the primary care, hospitals, as well as our neighboring health units, as well as our provincial agencies, partners, as well as the province on this. And again, engaging in very collaborative efforts with schools, community partners, that may include cultural and faith-based groups and leaders as well. And in terms of reaching different subpopulations, because we, again, very diverse, we partner with other community organizations, as well as leaders in certain different cultural and religious groups in terms of how we can provide outreach, address the barriers, and provide information in a way that people want to hear it, how they want to consume, sort of the type of medium, the language, and who delivers it. And so we've done things in different multimedia. We've translated materials in different formats. We provide information. We will adjust who delivers and how it is based on the feedback we have, because we want to tailor it to what people's preference is. And we're very grateful for the different leaders and organizations in our community that are willing to work with us to relay some of this messaging to their members. So the messaging that we're trying to get out is get vaccinated. So this is, again, not only just get vaccinated to the previous routine schedule of the 1 year and the 4 to 6 years, but the enhanced immunization recommendations. That sometimes means for individuals checking their immunization records to understand whether they've had the recommended 2-dose if they were born on or after 1970. And so I think vaccination is a critical component of what we're trying to do. We have a very safe and effective vaccine, but we're also working on the other part of infection prevention and control. So for those, we're trying to also limit the spread of measles if someone happens to get it. So looking at asking individuals to pay attention as to see and keep up information in terms of they have been exposed and watching out for early signs and symptoms for it, and staying home if they're sick. And an additional message I wanted to mention out here is that we saw it early on, and it sort of was getting better for a bit, and then we were sort of seeing again, is healthcare exposures. So I think for individuals who have concerns that they might have measles, please call ahead to the facility, whether that's primary care in hospitals, so that additional precautions can be made to limit any further exposures. So in terms of how you can help, certainly sharing the messaging we have with your own networks, you're very trusted leaders within your own community, and directing residents to us in terms of credible information. We have an excellent webpage, www.swpublichealth.ca/measles. But we also provide media releases, social media posts, and so if you can share that message, and really reinforcing the importance of vaccination and immunization, whether it be in community meetings or any other opportunities you have, as well as any other messaging that we have in terms of preventing the spread. And I really want to thank you for the time and opportunity to speak to you all today.
Questions from council? Councillor Gervaisi.
Through you, Warden, curiosity, I guess, because I've seen many places where it refers to if you were immunized before 1970, you don't need to get another immunization. What is the difference? Like, why is there a difference? Is it the type of vaccine?
Yeah, so through the warden, I mean, generally, if you are born before 1970, the vaccine wasn't made really available until the 1970s. So generally before 1970, most people, but not necessarily all, would have had natural exposure to measles without vaccination. So in general, you're considered protected. But again, and we're seeing that play out in the data. Like the vast majority of our cases here, as well as provincial-wide, are those born 1970 and older. But that doesn't mean that every single person who was born before 1970, never got exposed. But the vast majority of our cases we're seeing is 1970 and born after.
Anyone else? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Warden Ryan. I appreciate you being here today and your patience and getting to the podium. I know that you're very busy with an outbreak. I appreciate the messaging on check your immunization records and get vaccinated. I had a parent reach out to me about a week and a half ago, thanking me, indirectly thanking you for staying on message on this. They checked their records and their 4 children had only received 1 dose, and it was the ongoing messaging that prompted them to take their 4 children to go and get a second dose to increase their protection. I pulled out my immunization records. I was immunized for MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, in 1980s. Is it a safe vaccine?
Yes, through the warden. Yes, we have, fortunately, a highly safe and effective vaccine. This vaccine has been used for over 50 years now. And it's been used widely, not only in Ontario, but worldwide. There's been extensive amount of studies being done in various different countries, looking at the safety and effectiveness, as well as what surveillance is, where we would always receive any reports of any sort of adverse event. So I think this is a unique opportunity here that we have a vaccine that's been safe and effective for the last 50 years. Our numbers are showing that the dramatic risk increases if you've never been vaccinated. So you see that the numbers are by far those who have been immunized. And we have, if there's a time to get it, it's now. I mean, it's certainly very active in our community. I know that some others have waited before because they hadn't, there wasn't much measles activity, but I think this is the time to certainly get it if you haven't gotten it already.
Anyone else? Councillor Palmer.
Through the warden, what does vaccine cost?
Through the warden, so the vaccine is available. It's provincially covered, so it's free for anyone who lives in our area.
Somebody has to pay.
Pardon?
Somebody has to pay.
Yes, I mean there is a cost to purchasing the vaccine. The province has that, but as an individual who would want to access it, it's of no charge. It's covered under the publicly funded schedule, and we've tried to reduce barriers as much as we can here in terms of those without access to primary care, that kind of thing. And so if we will find ways for anyone who wants it to get it. So if you haven't got it and you are looking to get it, we will contact us. We'll find a way to get it.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Warden Ryan. Just to follow up on that, alternatively, if someone doesn't get the vaccine and needs to make a hospital visit, what does that cost the Ontario taxpayer? Like, what's an ER visit cost? $400, $1,000?
So through the warden, and because this is a question that's been asked, I've followed up with our local partners. So there is a range, but they would agree that it's between $200 and $300. Again, that's for general visits. Hospitalizations is over $1,000. Ranges like for a day stay be anywhere from $1,200 to $1,700. So there is a cost to the system as well. But I mean, from our perspective, my perspective, I think costs are important. But I also want to minimize health impacts. I mean, we are seeing people who are getting sick. Sometimes, but not always, but sometimes they might need to go to the emerge. Sometimes they might get hospitalized, but even not, it's not, it's an illness that we have a highly safe and effective vaccine for that, and I would like to prevent as much illness as I can.
Any other questions? Thank you. And do you have a motion, alternate Councillor Wilson, to deal with the delegations?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Martin. Resolved that the information provided in Delegation 6.1 to 6.3 inclusive on the open meeting agenda of May 14th, 2025 be received.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And correspondence, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Warden Ryan. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mayberry. Resolved that correspondence item 7.1 on the open meeting agenda of May 14th, 2025 be received.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And can I have a motion to extend? I think it's highly unlikely that we're going to get done here by 1:30. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by Peterson, second by Councillor Martin. Resolved that motion to adjourn the council meeting of May 14th, 2025 be extended to 2:30 p.m.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I think we should take lunch now, say half an hour, come back in here at 1:15. And as soon as quorum's here, I'll bang the gavel and we'll get back to work. And we're adjourned until 1:15. 1:16, call the meeting back to order after lunch. And we are at reports from departments, 8.1.5 CP 2025-137, Bill 5 and special economic zones. Director Michaels, I'll turn it over to you to highlight what you would like to highlight.
Okay, thank you, Warden. I'll try and go through it as briefly as possible, but this is a report about the Bill 5 legislation that protect Ontario and by Unleashing Our Economy Act. The intent of this, according to the province, is to accelerate projects of strategic importance. So they list some like mining and infrastructure projects. So the Ring of Fire and probably the tunnel under the 401 would be examples. The issue with the legislation from our perspective is it's pretty broad at the legislative level, and most of the implementation is to occur through future regulation, which then ends up raising some big questions in terms of both the intent, the scope, where it might be implemented, how it might be used, because it will override local decision-making powers and bylaws. So in summary, we're suggesting that staff be authorized to submit comments to the province outlining the concerns with respect to the legislation, asking them to commit to meaningful engagement on any draft regulations that come out, and then asking council's direction to pursue kind of coordinated advocacy with other municipal groups like AMO and WOW-C. If there's any questions with respect to the report, I'll be happy to try and answer those.
Questions from council on the report? Councillor Mayberry.
Not so much a question. Well, I guess I'll get a question just so that to please the chair. But first of all, kind of concerning.
I mean, not to please me, but to please council's procedural bylaw, but go ahead.
Yes, sir. Kind of concerning specifically about these special economic zones and what could be defined as a special economic zone. And, you know, I don't want to be kind of overly worried about it, but I do think that it leaves an awful lot of potential there. I can think of a couple of examples why it might make sense, but I can think of some that wouldn't. And so then the question would be, not really relating to Bill 5, but kind of subsequent to Bill 5, we got Bill 17 on Monday, and I'm assuming then we're going to get a report on that, because I think there's some kind of cross connections there.
Anyone else? Just let it go. Anyone else? Questions for staff on the report? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lauder, resolved that the recommendations contained in report CP 2025-137 titled Bill 5 and Special Economic Zones be adopted.
Is there any discussion? I think, you know, this is of concern to me. I think it should be of concern to all of us. There's a lot of this that is not defined.
Lost your mic, Warden.
Sorry. And I think that is of concern because it means that right now we don't know what it's going to do or not do, and what we might think or not think of it when it comes. So I really think that we need to, as the report suggests, give that feedback. But I would suggest also, if council is okay with it, that we talk with Minister Flack in particular, but with other ministers about it as well, and say, you know, here's our concerns here. Like, what is this going to say? What is it going to limit for municipalities? We're well aware here at this council, and we've talked about it before, some of the issues that are going on in Waterloo Region and Wilmot, and that was with respect to, you know, not even getting to the point of an MZO or a special economic zone, and what that might mean. And I think there's a very real concern on my part anyway, that I think our residents would expect that some of these issues would be dealt with by either their area municipal council or Oxford County Council through our OPA, and this might mean that we cannot even have input on some of these things, never mind an actual vote on any kind of planning application. So I think it's really important that we support this recommendation from staff, and that we actively pursue advocacy with the province on what this does and doesn't mean, because until we know what it does and doesn't mean, we don't know whether we think it's good for Oxford or not. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.2, Public Works, 8.2.1, PW 2025-32, Single Source Award, Landfill Gas Collection and Flaring System Upgrades and Annual Maintenance Monitoring and Reporting. Director Abercrombie, is there anything you want to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
Thank you, Warden Ryan. So the report before you today is regarding the single source award for the landfill gas and for two different portions of it at the waste management facility. So the first is regarding an upgrade for this design and construction to our landfill gas collecting system and flaring system that we hope to be doing this year. And this will allow the county's ability to increase the amount of landfill gas that we are able to collect that is produced at the landfill. The second is for, sorry, a 5-year contract to look at the annual maintenance, monitoring, and reporting services, and that would start following 2026, following the construction. Comcor has been working with the county since the first gas collection system was installed in 2010, and given their long-standing involvement, their knowledge in the area, and their specialty in the field, we are recommending that sole source is awarded to them. We have done through competitive procurement in the past, but had very little success in getting a lot of competition, so happy to answer any questions council might have.
Questions from council? Councillor, did somebody have, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Warden. What is the value of this methane that we're collecting?
So the county, through the warden, sorry, the county has done a preliminary study, and we are doing more work this year to figure out, but collecting the landfill gas and either flaring it or using it for another purpose is something we're required to do as the owner of the landfill facility. So we hope to be able to bring forward back to council a proposal on how this could generate electricity or energy in some form to be able to use, but the exact value today I do not have a number for.
Any other questions? Councillor Schaefer.
Thank you, Warden. Through you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Peterson. Resolved that the recommendations contained in report PW 2025-32 titled Single Source Award, Landfill Gas Collection and Flaring System Upgrades and Annual Maintenance, Monitoring and Reporting be adopted.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.2.2 PW 2025-33 2024 Drinking Water System Performance Update. Director Abercrombie, is there anything you want to highlight for council?
Thank you, Warden Ryan. So when we first brought you our 2024 Drinking Water System Performance Update, or the initial report back in, I believe it was February or maybe March, we only had 9 out of the 17 systems reporting. We have now got the rest of those updates, and so those have been included in Table 1 for you. And we have received an overall rating for the county with an average compliance rating of 98.8, and we are quite proud of that and happy to answer any questions council might have on that.
Questions from council on the report? Councillor Gillese.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Martin. Resolved that the recommendation contained in report PW 2025-33 titled 2024 Drinking Water System Performance Update be adopted.
Is there any discussion? Just similar comments to what I had when the first iteration of this came around. Thanks to staff. Again, I think this is one of those services that residents just turn on the tap each morning and use it. And this is that report that says that they are right to take it for granted that it is safe. Despite the several boil water advisories that we've had, and I know that's been challenging for people, but every one of them came back negative in the end, so it was precautionary and appropriate and for the right reasons. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.3 Corporate Services, 8.3.1 CS 2025-16 Internal Debt Financing Blandford Blenheim. Director Bugner, is there anything you'd like to highlight for council there?
I have nothing further to add, thank you.
Questions from council? Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by Peterson, second by alternate Councillor Lauder. Resolved that recommendation contained in report CS 2025-16 titled Internal Debt Financing Blandford Blenheim be adopted.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And, sorry, 8.3.2 CS 2025-17 Internal Debt Financing Southwest Oxford. Director Bugner, is there anything you'd like to highlight?
No, I have nothing further to add, thanks.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by myself, seconded by alternate Councillor Wilson. Resolve the recommendation contained in report CS 2025-17 titled Internal Debt Financing Southwest Oxford be adopted.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. No unfinished business, no motions, no notice of motions. Any inquiries? Not seeing any. Motion to go into closed. Alternate Councillor Lauder.
Thank you. Thank you. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Schaefer. Resolved the council rise and go into a closed session to consider a verbal report from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding labor relations employee negotiations.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And a reminder, I'll leave Back from closed session, and item 14, consideration of action arising from closed session.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer, resolved that the recommendation contained in the verbal report from the Chief Administration Officer be adopted.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And bylaws, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gilvazy, resolved that the following bylaws be read a first and second time, 6727-2025 to 6731-2025 inclusive.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Martin.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gilvazy, resolved that the following bylaws be given a third and final reading, 6727-2025 to 6731-2025 inclusive.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by Peterson, seconded by alternate Councillor Wilson. Resolved that council meeting of May 14th, 2025 be adjourned until the next meeting scheduled for May 28th, 2025 at 9:30.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we